Come on in, come on in. We'll be starting shortly. Thank you for joining us. We are in fact streaming on all platforms. I'll be backstage, but we'll be starting shortly. Appreciate you all coming out to spend some time with us today, to fellowship with us on the Joseph 11 platform, Golden Boy Telling platform, also on Facebook, and also on TikTok. We'll be right with y'all. Come on and give God glory. Hallelujah. Welcome, 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 everybody. Welcome in. Welcome to the Golden Boy Tellum and Miss Mitchell, and also 11th Son.
A little bit of
But
static. Can you hear okay?
oh yeah, I can hear you. I got a little static on my end.
Yes, sir.
All right, cool. Hold on.
Okay, doke.
All right, solid. That a little
There you
better?
go. Much, much, much.
Awesome. All right,
Uh,
let me clear this out the way here. And clear that out too.
Good evening, Brother Perry.
Oh man, I didn't know you were texting me.
No, it's all
I
good.
look, I,
I know
look,
you're
I
busy
go.
over.
No, I went on. I go on D&D because every time we go live, man, they start calling. So,
I
um,
know they do.
yeah,
It-
my
It's all
bad.
good.
Solid.
It is all good. I think everybody understands it's not easy doing what we're doing over here. For those of you
Absolutely.
who have been with us, uh, we want to thank actually Golden Boy and Miss Mintz doing a fantastic job and working on their end with the technical difficulties from time to time. Every once in a while, it is like this, and
Hmm.
I can't even imagine what it's like dealing with one platform, let alone three platforms. You all remember the Stone Age equipment that I was using with my rolled up pieces of paper and trying to make sure that it's not blurred or what have you for you guys. So I just want to really appreciate what it is that they're doing over there. And ask you all to continue to bear with us from time to time as we're still figuring this whole thing out. But yes,
Absolutely.
Golden Boy, good evening to
My
you, sir.
pleasure. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Glad to be in the land of the living.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
And do you want to go right on in um, to the recording, or want to give any shout outs?
Well, I would just like to shout out everyone that's been coming out to see what Golden Boy Tellum has to say. Also with Miss Mintz. We appreciate all of you immensely. And for those of you that understand me, I like to say something that I heard one of my pastors say. Um, I'm not for everybody, but I'm for somebody. I'm not everybody's cup of tea, but for those who my audience is, they'll know. And sometimes folks they mature enough and they learn how to pick the meat out and spit the bones out, throw the bones away. But there's ways, and I'm just really thankful to be able to reach out the way that we are, and I'm thankful that I'm able to at least add some sort of a comedic approach to it, and hopefully give some people something to laugh about, brighten up someone's day, while still shedding light to the real issues at hand. So yeah, I feel good about that.
Absolutely, and we thank you as well. And we see Miss Mintz is on this evening. I see her just drop a comment in the comment line. Uh, Feel free to check in, drop in, or just comment. We know that she has other responsibilities and obligations, and every once in a while she's not able to actually just drop those things and join in with us on the panel. But
Mhm.
we're appreciative for what it is that she does. Piggybacking off
Absolutely.
what you just said earlier,
Hmm.
um, I was actually sharing with a few individuals last night and um, a couple of days ago that we have a movement and we have thousands of members scattered around the organization. With that
Hmm.
said, because it is a movement, we
Hmm.
appreciate anybody who's willing to come and jump on in here and help us to sound the alarm. And so
Absolutely.
we know that individuals have, been hurt by situations in the past. We know that individuals have experienced different things. And with that in mind, we're grateful to know that you all, the listening audience, understand that we are dealing with a lot of pain. We are dealing with a lot of hurt. We are
Hmm.
dealing with a lot of trauma. And we are dealing with leadership that seems to either not know that there's hurt, pain, and trauma, either to not
Hmm.
be aware that there's hurt, pain, and trauma, or to simply not care. And the
Hmm.
impression has been over all of this long time, and we're now talking about 100 plus years, that there's
Hmm.
not a whole lot of care towards individuals that have been experiencing all types of things without the organization by individuals in leadership positions as well as others. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody understands that if there's anybody that shares their story, tells their story, or
Hmm.
decides to come on in and help us, and while out there sharing their story and telling their story, such as Golden Boy and Miss Mintz and a few others that have come onto the channel, I want you to know that we
Hmm.
appreciate you. Um,
Absolutely.
the thing is that we're trying to reach everyone. We're trying to make
Hmm.
everybody aware. We're trying to tell everybody what's been going on. We're trying to tell everybody what's been hidden. We're trying to tell everybody what's
Hmm.
been kept secret. We're trying to tell everybody who has been taking advantage of others. Sometimes everybody's not always listening to the tallest person in the room. Everybody's not always listening to the largest person in the room. Everybody's not always listening to the smallest, the shortest, the female, the male, the loudest, the quietest. So we're grateful for anybody who lends their voice to our cause, because the hope is entirely that we're able to cover all grounds. The Messiah himself,
Mhm.
he went out and chose people from all walks of life so that they could assist him in spreading his message. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody understands that whoever lends a mouthpiece to help us share our message and to make the people aware of what's going on, we appreciate you. Whether
Mhm.
it's here on this channel, whether it's on Golden Boy's channel, whether it's the
Mhm.
monitors themselves. We have some in the background that you all don't see. They have their own stories to tell as well. But again,
Mhm.
I want to say thank you, especially for anyone who has been bold enough, who has been courageous enough, and who has been considerate enough to actually share their story. Um,
Mhm.
it's not easy. And we've heard, whether it's from Golden Boy, whether it's from Miss Mintz, whether it's from our dear sister, Miss Grace, or the others that have come on to testify. We've heard from Brother Perry. And there's many other voices that you all have
Oh
not
yes.
heard, that's waiting to be heard, but because of the sensitivity of the things that they have to share, they're waiting behind closed doors or in the shadows. With that
Mhm.
said, I have something that we had talked about, Golden Boy, a little bit earlier. You want to touch on that now, or do you think we should save that until later? Our brief announcement about who may be coming on sometime in the next few days.
Nah, we can say that to the end. Say that to the end. We don't need them to know up front.
Uh,
Let's dive down into what's going on in our communities, and answer some questions and connect with the commenters, and because that news is so huge that, like,
yes, it is.
oh man. Oh
Yes, it is.
man, they gonna say, Golden Boy, how you keep doing it, man? You ain't even a member. Remember? My. We shall see. Stick
Yes,
around to the end. And while you're waiting, go ahead and scan that QR code on your screen saying that you're going to stand and be one of those thousands of members that we were talking about that stand letting the outside governing agencies know that we are going to be in compliance. And you're going to be there to be that body that outside agency hands this organization over to. That's what you're saying, is that you're going to be there for the outside agencies to hand this organization over to you so that you can be in compliance with the law as you govern this organization. Period. Is that right?
yes, sir. In fact, on that note, uh, looking at the numbers earlier, I just want to share with everybody. We have a number in front of us, 428 individuals visited the page, filled out some of the form. Everyone did not fill out all of the form. Some
Mm-hmm.
might not have filled out any portions that had an asterisk beside it. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and we know there may be difficulty from time to time while you're filling out the form, somebody making a phone call or a text message coming through. But the thing is, we have 124 individuals that it looks like thought you might have submitted your form, but did not. So, what
Mm-hmm.
we're going to ask is all of you individuals that did not see a thank you page pop up.
Mm-hmm.
If you did not see a thank you page pop up after your submission of the form, that is your indication that your form was not submitted. So if you go back and check on that form again, it'll take you literally less than 30 seconds. Check
Absolutely.
all the boxes, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's not really an asterisk. I don't think. I think it may be just a dot icon, but go down and look at all the information. Make sure it's all there. Make sure it's all covered. And at the bottom, all the way at the bottom, underneath of your signature, you'll see a couple of paragraphs. In fact, there's a few paragraphs. When you scroll past those paragraphs after reading it, at the last end of the page, that's where you will see the black submit button. Click that. You should see a thank you come up on the next screen. Now, your form has been submitted. And when we do hit that 310, again, there's 428 individuals that attempted, but we're not successful. We're right there at the cusp. We don't want to stop.
Yeah,
As they
absolutely.
Right? What was the number that you were throwing out there? 1,000?
1,000.
Yeah,
1,000. Why? I mean, I think we can do more than 1,000, to be honest, but I think that a lot of us are just on the fence and just are still unsure and still kind of trying to, shuffle through all of the information that's been presented. But I'll tell you this much: it doesn't hurt just to scan it and just read it, just look at it, and then if you agree with what it says, then check the boxes that you agree with, making sure that you have the ones that are mandated by the asterisk. But just scan it, take a look at it, and see what it is. You don't know if you don't check it out. It's 1,000% secured. It is all encrypted.
that part.
And we are using a service that guarantees that it cannot be hacked. It cannot be cracked. That's what I love about encryption. So, but yeah, just give it a scan and, just fill it out if you agree. If you are saying that you're going to be one of those 310 plus UHOP members that are going to be around for the outside governmental agencies to turn this organization over to, because ultimately, if we don't scan it, then they turn it over to outside organizations by dissolving it and then giving them everything that we have. We're going to put a stop to that whole thought right now by making sure we are already prepared so that when they get here, and they are coming, but so that when they get here, they know that we are already prepared to do business. So the thought of dissolution should not even be in your mind, outside governing agencies, because we intend to be here for the generations to come. Period. That's all it is.
And we
That's
just,
all it is.
right? And we just want to make sure that we do what we can prior to their coming, because once they come, they're not going to come asking us what we would like to do. They're going to come telling us what they're going to do.
Yep.
But like Golden Boy said, if we beat them to the punch, then we can literally show the governmental agencies, we can show the government, we can show the courts that we, the members, are not in collusion with all of the things that's been going on that may be criminal activity. The things that we've been showing you, we can see on our end for ourselves, according to the laws of the land, that it very much looks like there has been a whole lot of shaking going on. A whole lot of shaking going on.
Absolutely.
Has not been legal, right?
Yeah. But we can't even guarantee that this will save the organization at this point. But what we can guarantee is that it gives us a fighting chance.
Right.
It gives them reason to ensure that we are able to be around. If we have nothing for them to work with, they will leave nothing for us to have.
Exactly. And look at what Charmaine just said. Do you really think that they're going to tell you when they're coming?
Right. Exactly.
Right? And we know they're not going to tell us. They're going to simply come. They're going to show up out of nowhere. Thank you very much, Charmaine. That's the point that Golden Boy has been trying to make, Miss Mintz has been trying to make, we've been trying to make to everyone here, that you don't know. They're not going to give us a signal that they're on their way. They're just going to come kicking in doors and looking around. And if they don't like what they see, then that's a wrap for all of us. The only way around this is to click the link, and join in with us so that we can do what we can do to save the organization. I would like to
Yep.
also touch bases with those individuals who you know that you've reached out, that I've talked to briefly, and you're waiting for something from me. Then by all means, please excuse me. I apologize. I did not get back to you today or yesterday. A few things did come up and you didn't hear back from me. I want to let you know today, right now, that I do intend to, as soon as we're done tonight, to get back to those things that we had spoken about so that we can get you the information that you were looking for. There's three of you right now that's waiting for me to get back to you. You know who you are, and I will be getting on that as soon as this fellowship is over. You have anything else that you'd like to share or touch on before we get started with this clip?
No, sir. I have nothing at all. I'm just gonna pause the music while you play it.
All right, and just before we do so, we have another comment from Brother Perry. Just imagine an organization with the bands and the choirs and the hot licks and the Wilhelmina punches and the fellowships and the marching band. However, without the garbage. Let's make it happen. I love that, brother.
Absolutely.
Right? That's exactly
Absolutely.
for. Yep. You wanted to touch on that?
Absolutely. Man, listen.
I
It's
think
just
a lot
so
of
much
people
to
are afraid
unpack
of
here,
just want to be because they can't see it. And because of that fear, I think that's
Yeah.
a lot of hesitation. But what do you think?
I mean, it is. And also, too, just to break away from tradition can be hard to do because a lot of us have, our identities are interwoven into this whole thing. And changing anything means that maybe everything is a lie. And I think people have to understand that rather than thinking of it that way, you think about it in a way of learning that we all grow, we learn more, we expand, and when we find out the truth, then we move accordingly. So I think that people just have to understand that discomfort that you feel, you're right there on the edge and you just need to jump off the porch, but you can't. Or you like that little chick that has to jump out of the nest, but it's afraid, but it has to happen. And we're always going to be stuck in that nest and never able to actually fly if we continue to allow ourselves to be suppressed in these ways. And it's so sneaky and subtle. And then it's a little more applied, a little more applied, a little more applied
Right.
until they got you.
Right.
And once you're in so deep, it's like it's no way out. You're like almost in the sunken place, and it's hard for you to see that you've been bamboozled or deceived once you're that deep into it, when you're 5 generations into it like myself. And it's only by the grace of God that those who are able to see, because it's not even us that are going to be able to make you see what we're seeing or where we're coming from. It straight up has to be the hand of God. We really cannot force feed you. We've had enough of that. you know um
Mhm.
so that's where I'm at with it.
And I want to just say again, because of your honesty and your revelations and your opening up to allow us all just a peek into your story. I
Hmm.
say it that way because nobody will ever know what it feels like to go through what people experience, especially during a traumatic event. Nobody
Hmm.
will know what it feels like to have to carry that weight. Nobody will understand what it feels like to have to keep that burden and not be able to tell anyone because you don't know who you can tell as a child. You don't know who is going to report you to anybody else
Hmm.
as an adult that's going to get you into trouble. And unfortunately, many of these individuals who were minors simply had nowhere to go. And
Yeah.
many times nobody to turn to. So we
Yeah.
sympathize because, again, there's no way in the world that anybody would be able to even imagine what it feels like for somebody to endure such traumatic experiences. So
Mhm.
we thank you for opening up to us, and everybody else for that matter,
Absolutely.
because it's simply not easy. And that's for sake of better words. God doesn't do it any justice to describe it that way at all. Not being easy
Hmm.
doesn't even touch how
Hmm.
hard it is. So we thank you again. Um, with that in mind,
Absolutely.
yeah, yes, sir. Um, we have Brother Perry said, "Sorry, hot links," talking about the half smokes on
Mhm.
the trucks. Um, And let me go ahead and play what we have tonight. We're going to play something that we kind of touched on a little bit ago as we kind of went over the laws. We didn't really go in too heavy on this particular subject because of the subject matter. Here, we were talking about a family member who actually took it upon themselves, either that or they were following instructions to go to one of the locations and then actually have the floor and the time to speak to the congregation there. So we're going to listen in here and go from there after they're done. But this is our very own First Lady of the organization, the wife of Mr. A.D. Cunningham.
Second lady, because Lady D is the first.
Stand corrected. Yes, sir.
Hmm.
She has been now for a very long time, and it looks like she always will be until at least we do what it is that we are doing.
Hmm.
And then that day and that title and that whole experience will be over. But for
Absolutely.
now, we'll hear the second lady of the organization.
First, I want to give my grandson to precious, precious, precious Danny Cunningham. It's so funny, he tried to get me to call him by his first name. I said, your first name is Dear, the second name is Danny. I just want to say how much I've enjoyed being here tonight. I've never been in Huntersville before. This is my very, very first time. This is a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful house. And it wasn't planned. I called my niece and I said, y'all got anything going on? I really wanted to go where it wasn't nothing going on, but just having a good service. She said, well, the Sapphire. And I said, oh, that's Kim. She said, no, Kim is in D.C. And I said, oh, okay. Just Kim Sapphire. So I wanted to let you all know how much I appreciate being here tonight. And you all, I love working in the house of prayer. I always worked in the house of prayer. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It is stifling to not be able to really work in the house of prayer. It really is.
Now, I'm not going to do this much, but I wanted to pause here for a moment because my mind just went back to something. Did she say that he wanted her to call him by his first name, and she said your name is first name is Dear and your last name is Daddy?
Can you rewind a little bit? Because I could now I got headsets on, but I just want to make sure myself. Let me turn the volume up.
That's what it sounded like. Hold on one second.
And I'm gonna tell
Okay,
everything.
there we are.
Precious Danny. It's so funny, he tried to get me to call him by his first name. I said, your first name is Dear, the second name is Danny.
Oh wow.
Yeah, what do you think about that?
Oh wow. Well, what I say is, who does he like to be called daddy by the most? You or Rodriguez? Because
Well, no, I
both of
mean we
y'all.
won't go there, right?
Oh, okay, okay, my
Yeah,
bad,
let's
my
make a
bad.
detour.
Oh, excuse
Yes,
me.
Yeah.
Sorry, my
But
bad.
do you think she calls
Yeah.
him literally daddy, dear daddy?
No,
Right?
no. I think that is just too doggone, you know, lure the people in. It sounds good. That's what they want to hear, and she's happily obliging. She is playing her role.
Right. And that's exactly what it sounded like to me. And
Yeah.
you all let us know in the comments if y'all think the same thing. I mean, I cannot imagine her not calling him Al or Aldino or,
Yeah.
Gummy Bear or Boo Bear or Tubby Bear,
Mhm.
whatever, right? Nicknames that,
Right.
but that just it stood out to me like you're kind
She
of
might call him
reaching.
Dino.
Yeah, yeah. Um, I just can't see you at home saying dear daddy. You know, it's just, that was one of those, oh,
Right.
right. The members just,
Right.
oh,
Mm, mm,
pulls
mm.
at your heartstring. And this is
Ain't
what,
he? Oh, isn't he precious?
right,
He's so precious.
just tugs at your heart. And I
Mm.
think that that's, intentional to
Oh
try to
yeah.
reach the people and kind of melt them like a marshmallow on the end of a stick over a bonfire before you make that. What do they call it with the chocolate and the graham cracker? That's
S'mores.
s'mores.
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
think, they're trying to s'more y'all up before, she gets into what it is that they plan to say. Um,
Right.
but
Right.
beautiful Pamela Clay said, let the true and living God be the daddy this time. You don't need a man
Come on.
called your daddy.
That's it.
So let's see. Oh, wait a minute. Uh, Ms. Mintz said totally and wholeheartedly agree. Um, and B. Mevdeman said yes in the name of Jesus. And time wasted is here. Hello. Uh,
Welcome.
but I am the PR said, strange how she jumped right into working in the house of prayer. And I agree. She went from the into was it right after that? We're gonna hear it again, but did y'all catch that?
Mm-mm.
Okay. So here we are. Let's listen in.
I just want to say how much I've enjoyed being here tonight. I've never been in Huntersville before. This is my very, very first time. It's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful house. And it wasn't planned. I called my niece and I said, "Y'all got anything going on?" I really wanted to go somewhere wasn't nothing going on, but just having a good service. She said, "Well, the Sapphire." And I said, "Oh, that's Kim." She said, "No, Kim is in DC." And I said, "Oh, okay." There's still the Sapphire. Right. So I wanted to let you all know how much I appreciate being here tonight. And you all, I love working in the house of prayer. I always work in the house of prayer.
Yep, there it is.
Wow.
Yeah, I love
Mm-mm.
working in the house of prayer. And what about that part? I just wanted to go somewhere where there's nothing
Nothing going on.
on. Isn't that interesting?
Mhm.
I cannot
Mhm.
imagine that she was just in the area and thought to
Right.
call. What was it she said? Who was it? Her niece?
Mm-hmm.
Um, is there a program going on? Is there anything going on? And here's a question. Why Huntersville?
Mm-hmm.
And why Huntersville after somebody talked about Huntersville online? Who's
Mm.
that person that came out? Was that a few days ago? Somebody came out on social media talking about Huntersville at one time.
Hmm.
Uh, did
Hmm.
y'all hear about this Huntersville coming from someone about some problems with some paperwork or something? And perhaps
Hmm.
maybe the property was questionable because things not only up and up. I just
Hmm.
think it's a little coincidental that right after that,
Absolutely.
they're popping into Huntersville.
Right.
Not
Right.
not him, but her.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Have you ever
Mm-hmm.
seen a bishop's wife at a house of prayer visit a
Mhm.
house of prayer alone and have the floor to speak to the congregation? You ever seen this?
Do you, I've never seen it, but I'm going to actually double down on my actions. And I've already, stated it on my platform what I've done. But I've made it very clear to Ella Rodney that because of the stake that my family has in this, she is no longer allowed to speak on that property. She is not to don a microphone or speak anywhere on that property, even within the four walls. She cannot speak in the cemetery. She cannot speak in the parking lot. I made the same demand as it pertains to Redfern. Redfern is not allowed to lead the clouds anywhere on that property. Redfern is not to play his horn anywhere on that property. And on top of that, if his band, the Clouds, come to play, they are welcome to play. But Redfern must sit in the audience. He is not allowed to sit on the podium, and he is no longer allowed to don a microphone to speak anywhere on that property. Once I got finished speaking with Ella Rodney, he told me to run that by the state chairman. I called him directly to his cell phone. He had no refuting. He could not refute anything I said. He gave me absolutely no pushback, and what I said stands.
And that was maybe what, 2, 3 days ago?
2 days ago, 3 days ago, somewhere around
Right,
in there.
right,
And so that
right.
is the word on the street. It's just that house because that's the only house where my family's name is on the deed as having purchased it as the founder. The trustees of the actual property there where the church is named House of Prayer of Huntersville, and it does not in fact don the name the United House of Prayer for All People of the Church on the Rock of the Apostolic Faith. So, being that my grandfather, my great grandfather, is the founder of the House of Prayer of Huntersville, and he purchased all of that land to include the graveyard where they were illegally charging us to be buried on our own property, that shall
Mm.
never happen again for the Houstons, the Littles, or the Greers, or any of their descendants for all the days of this earth.
Now, when he says this, everyone, we have to understand that what we are literally looking at is being unpacked before us as we research information and documents pertaining to the house of prayer is that there's something that was discovered that no one would have known anything about. And it was questions regarding a particular location where a house of prayer has paperwork that appears to have several problems. Now,
Mhm.
for all of you who don't understand, these problems will be looked at and looked into by any family member who cares to do so and follow up on this information being presented on our particular platforms. With that in mind, what we're trying to show you is if there's something funny with the cow, there just might be something funny with the milk. And it
Mhm.
looks like
Mhm.
it
Yes, sir.
looks like there might be something funny with this milk. Now, I heard somebody say, how is it that a brown cow eating green grass produces white milk?
Mhm.
My question is, how's a brown cow eating green grass producing polka dot milk? And I've never seen polka dot milk, but apparently we've been finding all kinds of surprises in this
Mhm.
paperwork at the House of Prayer. So
Yeah,
I
yeah.
wanted to also touch on this question: why just that house? I'm thinking
Mhm.
that it might have also been in regards to her going to speak in that particular house, and this is what Golden Boy is touching on. because he had said just 2 or 3 days prior what he had shared with the pastor and the chairperson. Um, and a lot of people are applauding he and his family's efforts, because if there's a question about the real property known as real estate, then yes, you should get up to do some research and find out what's going on, because apparently there were some problems with property being confiscated or taken or manipulated
Mm-hmm.
during a transaction where the
Mm-hmm.
organization claims ownership. We know that because there are even court proceedings talking about that very same thing. So for those
Well,
individuals,
I
go ahead.
even the rentals. I
Yeah.
believe that the rentals should find out whether they own North Charlotte Mission or whether they own the apartment building that was built on top of the original property that my uncle James Young, Apostle Young, and that um who was the other founder? Oh yes, also Mr. Luther Reynolds, my cousin, find out which one of those properties they have a stake on. And ask questions about why these men were signing paperwork that they did not know what they were actually signing away the rights to.
Now
You know,
see,
plus keeping in mind
uh-huh.
that the members choose the trustees,
Hmm.
not the bishops. And
Hmm.
that is the law. So, with that being said, that goes to show that everything that was done was illegitimate.
Mm. And see, again, it's good that this is actually happening, because I've actually heard from another individual who literally called because they saw their father's name on some documents that we had shown on the platform. Um,
Hmm.
and it drew questions. They wanted to reach out and find out what's going on. Why am I looking at my father's name on this paperwork that we knew nothing about as a trustee? So,
Hmm.
what we're trying to tell you all is, if you see anything that we produce that raises questions pertaining to yourself or your family, by all means, take the time. Send us an email,
Hmm.
send us a text or a comment. For those of
Hmm.
you who can, reach out, call us, and ask those questions so that we can do whatever we can to get this information to you, and even put it in the hands of those persons who can go even further in an inquiry about those documents, because all these things have been covered up. And apparently, people who were covering up never thought that it would be discovered or come back up again. And this
Hmm.
is where we are with the scripture saying, nothing done in the darkness. Those things done in darkness will be brought out into the light. And unfortunately, it looks like those things are being brought out into the light right now with this movement that we have going on. That
Hmm.
said, we asked the question earlier if you all had seen any bishop's wife go out to speak to the congregation in this type of
Hmm.
manner. And it looks like we have a comment that says um, that, here we are.
Miss Kareem. Oh,
Uh,
okay, no.
it it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It said Madam did when the
Hmm.
talent program was on. Okay, and B.
Hmm.
McNamara, they said, Pastor, never, not in my lifetime.
Not in
Um,
mine that I know of
I
anyway.
have never seen that. Me either. And I've been under now, well, since Mr. McCullough, well, all of them, but I've never seen that. I did see, them speak on occasion when the bishop was out, like we've seen with Miss Madison during the Scholastic Achievement Awards, or
Hmm.
um, it's like Miss Green is saying here. But yes,
Hmm.
Madam McCullough used to come to Philadelphia and hold auctions of McCullough's belongings, and even that one's new on me. Have you heard of this before?
I haven't. Nope.
Oh,
Could be, but I wouldn't know. Not that I mean, not that I personally know of, no, but maybe so.
Okay. And I remember we talked about Pelham Road. That was the mansion that Mr. Grace had bought, and it was across the
Oh
street.
yes, that's the
Right.
haunted one.
Yes. Mr. Pelham wouldn't stay
Hmm.
there.
Absolutely.
Right. This.
He didn't have no power. The demons in there had more power than him. They run him up out of there.
And in fact, it had not actually been kept up and maintained. So much
Hmm.
so that when I saw it, I was the assistant pastor of Germantown.
Hmm.
The new Germantown is on Rittenhouse Road. Pelham Road
Hmm.
is literally not even a half a block away. Um,
Right.
but that mansion, the door was hanging off the hinges, and that's the one that I talked about, where the bedroom suite in it
Hmm. Yeah.
was purchased from John
Hmm.
Rockefeller,
Yep.
right?
I
And it's priceless,
remember.
right?
I
That
remember.
$1,000 chandelier, right? Now we talked about the 50 grand being spent on a light hanging from a ceiling and
Right.
a house not being maintained, but we can't get peanuts during a furlough.
Hmm.
Nothing, right? So,
Yeah.
but with that in mind, I've never seen the bishop's wife go around to talk to the members. A program to raise funds. Okay, that's beweavable, right? Um, but to actually do what Mrs. Cunningham is doing is a bit different.
She's on a campaign.
Yes, that's what it's looking like, especially with what's coming out now. This has never been done in the organization, for individuals to be coming out and relaying to the members evidence and documents to support allegations of wrongdoing or corruption or criminal activity. This has never been
Hmm.
done. And
Never.
it would make sense, right? That the
Hmm.
wife is now coming out to get a all moment.
Hmm.
And so let's listen in and see what else they have to say.
Indeed.
It is stifling to not be able to really work in the house. It really is. And I would tell everyone, anytime you have an opportunity to do in the house of prayer, do it. You never know what's going to happen in your life when you cannot do it. It is better to be able to look back and say, I did it when I could.
Oops. 1 second. Got to go back. You know, this smart technology, sometimes it's so smart that it gets smart with us and start acting up. Let me find my place. And here we are again.
There's still a sapphire on, but just having a good service. He said, well, the sapphire. And I said, oh, that's Kim. She said, no, Kim is in D.C. And I said, oh, okay. There's still a sapphire. So I wanted to let you all know how much I appreciate being here tonight. And you all, I love working in the house of prayer. I've always worked in the house of prayer. It is stifling to not be able to really work in the house of prayer. It really is. And I would tell everyone, anytime you have an opportunity to do in the house of prayer, do it. You never know what's going to happen in your life when you cannot do it. It is better to be able to look back and say, I did it when I could. Because I'm telling you all, this world we live in, this is really something. And we have this great opportunity, invitation from God to work in His house. Don't be slacking what you're doing. When it comes to ushering, you should be almost pushing people out of the way to usher. Amen. Do your job. Amen. Whatever your job is, do it. Because that's what you get paid for. Uniforms are beautiful. But they need to be in operation. find opportunities to do in the house of prayer. But I also want you all to know there were times when I could not be in the house of prayer. I remember I went away to school. My job sent me to Newport, Rhode Island, and it was during convocation. And I forgot which relative of mine called me during the baptism. And I just cried and cried and cried because I couldn't be there. You don't miss it. You can't miss it. I remember in 2018 when I was diagnosed with cancer and I was under quarantine for 7 months. 7 months. 7 months. I don't like combing my hair. I ain't had no hair, so I ain't had to worry about combing it. I was mad. Not at all. But the thing is, I miss being around the mountain. But what I did do, I set my house on fire. Because it ain't my house. It's God's house. And I wouldn't be able to stay in God's house. Because when I need something, I wouldn't be able to say, I took care of your house. Because that's why I work in the house of prayer. I just want to say and to the band, hello, how are you? I don't know bands, though. I'm gonna tell you, I'm really nearsighted. I tell people, like people will wave to me, I'll wave back. I'll wave however they wave, because I just figure they know what kind of relationship we have. So things like this, that's what I do. So if y'all see me doing that, I'm nearsighted. I don't know who that is. I really don't. I don't know names. And I tell people, if you tell me your name, I am not going to remember it. Right now, I'm 67. I'm glad to be here. I'm not trying to know names. I know my name. So I'm good. But I want you all to know, I truly, oh my God, I love working in the house of prayer. Dad knows I would be in the kitchen if it wasn't for. Because the kitchen was my thing. I love doing it. And you know why I love doing it? Because I knew I could give good service no matter what color customer I had. That's what I do. And when I worked in the kitchen, I didn't work for G-Class. I was let them pay me G-Class. Right. I worked in the kitchen because I wanted to give a burnt offering. That's what I wanted to do. And I remember when I was first diagnosed with cancer, and my husband told Daddy Bill, and Daddy Bill told him to tell me, be at peace, her works and her faith speak for her. And I took that to heart. But let me tell you how much I took it to heart. What I did was, once I went through chemo, with the surgery, with the radiation, I said, those works are not gone because I used them for that. So when y'all see me, working in the house of prayer, it's because I have to fill that up. Because I made a major withdrawal in 2018. So everything I have been doing since birth to 2018, I used it. So now I'm feeling back up. And when people say to me,
wait, pause.
You don't know what it's going to do.
What'd you hear?
Can you go back just a little bit? Because to me, it sounds like she is guilt tripping them into giving and into serving. She's saying that if something happens to you and God is so gracious enough to spare your life, you have to do more because you have took a withdrawal from your heavenly balance. And you have to replenish what you have removed from the kingdom.
If you all heard this and you agree, let us know in the comments.
Let us Let us know
link. Go for it.
Let us know by scanning that QR code that you heard what we just heard. We're gonna play that one more time because that was very interesting. But I did want to make sure that I called that out before we got too far ahead of ourselves. But if you could, I really would like to hear that again, because she said that she made a major withdrawal in 2015, making in reference to her having been healed from cancer not a thank you to the doctors and
Uh-huh.
them and their specialty and all of the hard work that they did, but because of this daddy who is dear daddy, as she wants us to believe. And to me, it just sounds like I'm unpacking a big old bag of lies and deception, and it's maybe giving is a little low, you know.
Mm. That's exactly what it's sounding like. It sounds like a plea to give. And
Hmm.
I'm back it up a little bit. Let me know if I haven't gone back enough. So here
Got
we
you.
go.
Use them for that. So when y'all see me,
A little bit further.
working in the house of prayer, working in the house of prayer, Dad knows that I would be in the kitchen if it wasn't for. Because the kitchen was my thing. I love doing it. And you know why I love doing it? Because I knew I could give good service no matter what color customer I had. That's what I do. And when I worked in the kitchen, I didn't work for G Class. I would let them pay me G Class. Right. I worked in the kitchen because I wanted to give a burnt offering. That's what I wanted to do. And I remember when I was first diagnosed with cancer, and my husband told Daddy Billy, and Daddy Billy told him to tell me, "Be at peace. Her works and her faith speak for her." And I took that to heart. But let me tell you how much I took it to heart. What I did was, once I went through chemo, went through surgery, went through radiation, I said, those works are not gone because I used them for that. So when y'all see me,
Mhm. Make sure that they caught it.
and I took that to heart. But let me tell you how much I took it to heart. What I did was, once I went through chemo, went through surgery, went through radiation, I said, those works are not gone because I used them for that. So when y'all see me,
You want to expound?
Hmm. Whew. She's
Those
happy. She's
gone.
happy, you know, and she giving God praise. She's explaining what she's giving God praise for, but making sure that they know, first of all, you know, she used the word service, and she made sure that she threw in there that she wants you all to know that she worked in the kitchen because she wanted to work in the kitchen. And she was so good at it, and she was so dedicated that she's above us. See, I didn't have to work for G Class. I gave my own G Class, okay?
But no,
And I
that
and
part,
still, hmm
that part, she was indicating that she wasn't seeking anything,
hmm
and she mentioned burnt offering, right? Uh,
I don't. It's kind of hard to hear all of it, so I can't speak to that part. What stood out to me
right.
really was that part about service, and then
Yeah.
her leading up to the other part about about working, Lord Jesus,
It's a lot to
and
unpack here.
cancer and the
It's
whole
a lot.
cancer thing.
Uh,
Yeah, that I think that's the most disgusting part to me is that you're making us feel like because you got cancer, you went through radiation and all of that, and because Daddy Madison said your works are gonna speak for you, that means that that took some type of financial withdrawal from your heavenly account.
right.
Although the church did not pay for your radiation therapy.
Hmm.
So where is the withdrawal coming from then? Because over there on that side, that's business. The bills still got to get paid. Kind of like we need to separate the CEO from the bishop. One thing
Mm.
is not the other.
Hmm.
And us being super spiritual don't take care of that. And so, you know, that's what I noticed. And I just think it's, you know, another ploy to pull the wool over our eyes and deflect. And also, too, I think she intentionally said hello to the band members because I mentioned a specific situation that transpired between a band member and I, where I was asleep and woke up to something I didn't expect. So,
Now, this was
yeah,
all in that same video when you talked about the property.
yes, uh-huh.
Now, see, what bothered me was the fact that you made a comment about how you felt,
Mm-hmm.
giving the impression. Now, I know by how you felt, meaning she said, I felt like those works that I had done before were now gone
Mm-hmm.
because I had
Mm-hmm.
to make a withdrawal,
Mm-hmm.
indicating since I received something, I now
Mm-hmm.
got to get back to work in the house of prayer and make
Mm-hmm.
more deposits
Mm-hmm.
because my work in the house of prayer, my deposits that I had already given in the past were already
Mm-hmm.
withdrawn because I got a blessing
Yep.
based on the situation that I was in. Now, that stood out to me because for you to say you feel like that work was a
Mm-hmm.
withdrawal, now you got to go back to making deposits. The problem with this is we don't work out salvation.
Not physically, the
Not
way that we do in the
right,
house of prayer.
right. We don't work. Salvation is free. The
Uh-huh.
debt, the price has been paid
It's been paid.
by our Savior.
Lord and Savior
The
Jesus
Son
Christ.
gave his life. We don't
Mm-hmm.
have to work in a kitchen. We don't have
Mm-hmm.
to sell raffle tickets. We don't have to
Mm-hmm.
do these things to raise money. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and going back to that
In
kitchen,
order to get in.
right? Salvation is already, all we need to do is believe that the Son
Mm-hmm.
gave his life that we may
Absolutely.
have access to his Father and receive
Mm-hmm.
eternal life. Now,
Mm-hmm.
for her to say that working in the house of prayer kitchen, and she made a point to say she didn't do it for G class because, for those of you who don't know, working in the cafeteria, many of, if not most, of the workers are not being compensated,
Right.
right?
Absolutely not.
And because they're not being compensated, it is understood that working in the cafeterias and the kitchens, you will receive what's called in this organization G class credit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, that credit is given based on how many hours you work in a kitchen, how many sales the kitchen made, how much money needs to be divided, that whole sort of thing. It's the same as individuals who sell the blessed products, who sell
Mm-hmm.
the literature, who sell the DVDs and CD, well, used to DVDs
Mm-hmm.
and CDs. Um, they get a G class credit in exchange for their time and
Mm-hmm.
physical labor.
Mm-hmm.
What she said is, I didn't want that. I told them not to pay me G class for working in the kitchen. And she said, I wanted to do it as a burnt offering. Now, for those of you who don't understand,
Mm-hmm.
there is no burnt offerings being done today or
My
being
goodness.
accepted today.
My goodness.
It's called burnt offering because it described a type of offering that was being offered by the priests to the creator and how it was being offered. So there's wave offerings, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's heave offerings.
Mm-hmm.
There's burnt offerings. Just like Another type of free will offerings is a classification all of itself. But burnt offering means you're taking something and you're going to burn it. And when you're
Mm-hmm.
talking about this, you're talking about an animal. It's
Right.
pretty much a barbecue, right? It's going to be
Mm-hmm.
killed. It's going to be drained of its blood. It's going to be parted, but it's going to be
Mm-hmm.
burnt, not burnt. Working in the
Right.
kitchen is not burnt off. The stuff that we're doing today is not burnt offering. Giving money is not burnt off. The problem here is what we're listening to is just another example of our members not understanding even the basic
Mm-hmm.
parts of the scripture. This is elementary.
Yeah.
And if we don't know what a burnt offering is, it's just like
Mm-hmm.
when they say, to come to praise, worship, sacrifice, right? We're not sacrificing anything nowhere on the planet today to the creator that he is either respective of or that he's
Mm-hmm.
accepting.
Mm-hmm.
His altar has been destroyed because it was in the house that he accepted, that he allowed to be ran by the men who the son said turned his house into a den of thieves. So all of this, like you're saying, Golden Boy,
Mm-hmm.
is just a twisting of manipulation of, in order to appeal to the hearts of the members there in Huntersville, while a
Mm-hmm.
recording is going to go out for people to listen to, in order to get
Right.
people to do what? What is the appeal here? To get people to work in the kitchen, to play on the band, to sell tickets, or is it just simply to
Or
give money?
or 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 is it do they need more workers so that they can have documented work on the books to maybe, wash some money or something?
Hmm. Okay, another possibility.
Another
Uh,
possibility. I mean, where are these G class credits coming from? I mean, yeah, there's money coming into the kitchen, but you know, that's just interesting. I mean, we do have a lot of people throughout the organization who have businesses that are associated with the United House of Prayer, and we know nothing about it. We know nothing about what they do. We know nothing about, but it's supposed to be associated with our organization.
mhm.
So,
Matter of fact, you'd raise an interesting point because wasn't it what, maybe a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, where he spoke somewhere and said, while yelling at the people, um, about people don't want to serve on an auxiliary, people don't want to
that's
be
right.
a president,
Yes.
people don't, right?
Yeah.
It
Yeah, he sure
sounds
was.
like she's
Absolutely.
echoing that message, like,
Mm-hmm.
y'all, come on, y'all, you need to
Don't nobody
be
want to get on auxiliaries. Don't nobody want to work
right,
in the kitchen. Mm-hmm.
right. We need to get it together. It's going to be interesting how she carries this further and how she makes a turn going forward. You ready
Mm-hmm.
to listen some more?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
When y'all see me working in the house of prayer, it's because I have to fill back up. Because I made a major withdrawal in 2018.
Mm.
So everything I have been doing since birth to 2018, I used it.
Wait.
That's what you were saying.
Yeah, but wait. She said everything that I was doing since birth, I
Right,
used it in
right,
2018.
right. From the situation with cancer,
Wow.
all of that is gone. I've gotten now I got to go back and work some more. Work, work, work,
I
work,
gotta
work.
start over from scratch.
Right? I made a complete
Wow.
withdrawal. Listen, you all.
If you're oh,
You got it. You got it. You got it.
that's not what a withdrawal looks like.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
The trust fund that you are paying into, if you want to make a withdrawal, you should be able to go to the organization and say, hey, I'm having these issues. Can you help me? Yes, right away, Mr. or Mrs. Member, because we love you. Is there anything else that we can help you with? Is there anything else that you need out of this trust fund since you have put your trust in us and we have the trust?
Mm-hmm. Something wrong somewhere. Something about this milk is not clean, people. And what can y'all do with dirty milk?
Hmm.
I
Feed it to
can't
the
think of
pigs,
anything.
throw it to the swine.
Right? You see hair and dirt and specks in your milk. That milk need to go out.
Mm-mm.
I am the PR said, Madam used to come to Marshall Heights for the Family and Friends program, and she did speak and help raise G class. And Ian One says, thank y'all so much for this energy. There's so much wrong with this organization with no accountability. And that's exactly what it is that we're talking about,
Mm-hmm.
right? No accountability, no
That's right.
oversight. That's right. Brother Perry says, one time in LA, Dolores she did come out, but while Madison was there. Okay. And here we see with Miss Kareen, and that's the thing. The difference with what Brother Perry is saying is while he was present, right, she did come out and did a speech or a program or something to that effect. Miss Kareen says, when I said she did then, she did plenty of times. Okay. And Mikey Williams says St. Bailey also did the same in her time. So this isn't new at all. As Cunningham has been doing this for a little while now. Now, let me touch on that for a moment as we finish with the comments. What I'm getting at is we have never had a first lady or the second lady or the wife of the bishop come out to speak like this, right? What I'm reading in the comments is it looked like those bishops' wives would come out for a program or to come and join in with something. Or, I mean, she specifically said, I wanted to go to a place where there was no program. My question, why are you looking for a place where there's no program? And again, I believe that this was all set up. I don't think she was looking for a place with no program at all. I think that this was a part of what they had planned for her to go to Huntersville. I think a phone call was made. But that's just my opinion. But no program? You're looking for a place with no program. So this tells me that you actually had an agenda, right?
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you're looking for a place that has no program. And then to be given the floor to actually say something, to be given the floor to be in the position to talk to the congregation, that's what I'm getting at. I've never seen this at all by a bishop's wife to go to a house of prayer, to be given the floor by the pastor, to literally talk to the members in this manner without a program, without raising money. This is a support rally. This is a pep rally. This is a plea to the people. I've never seen that happen by any bishop's wife.
I agree.
Okay. And N1 says, we've been like slaves without books. And I am the PR. The former ladies came for a program, not just to encourage the members to keep giving their husband your money. Mikey Williams, respectfully, whether for a program or not, it's the same. They came to raise money or encourage members to raise money. I would have to agree with that assessment because this is indirectly somewhat like that, where you're not actually raising money for a program. You're talking to the people to try to encourage them and boost them by appealing to them to raise money. And I am the PR says, yes, Debbie, keep pushing that G Class to continue to live your lavish lifestyle. And I wasn't going to go here, but uh, we do now know, right, that this whole thing is literally just a pocketbook. The House of Prayer is a pocketbook. It's a purse. It's a wallet. It's simply a money bag for whoever's at the top of the leadership. And I won't go into any further detail because I said we're not going to show any more evidence. We're not going to show any more documents. We're not going to show any more paperwork, at least for me, right? But
Right.
I can now 100% say every single dime of every single fund that's being raised is literally a purse for them to make withdrawals from. I hope you all heard me. All of you Addy Club workers and going down the red carpet, it costs a certain amount of money, right? Every dime, all you're doing is putting it in their pocket. There's nothing going towards the quote unquote church program. There's nothing going towards the quote unquote building program. You should look around and see there's nothing going towards the maintenance program. How is it we have houses of prayers falling apart, infested all over the place, but yet we're building brand new condominiums, townhomes, and now single family homes that's going to be sold. But we got houses of prayers that have not been renovated in 40 plus years.
Come on.
You got houses of prayers with broken bathrooms and kitchen equipment not working, and grease traps are clogged. Someone mentioned on your platform the other night that Paradise at 6th and M Street, isn't it, was shut down because of a health or inspection violation?
Yeah, that's what they said. So it's been shut down or being opened and shut down regularly for quite some time now. So yeah, that's what the comments are saying. Correct.
And they're saying right now it's not open for the same reason. But
right.
Our people consistently keep being told every single year, your G class convocation is going into the building program, building. We're not building houses of prayers. We're building apartment complexes and home developments and shopping centers and retail centers and office buildings and gas. Wait a minute. Did you?
All the things to make money on.
Right. Did you read that in our purpose? Is that a clause that I missed somewhere? Did you actually cover this on your platform? That's our purpose?
I didn't. I didn't. Not on my platform, no.
Okay.
Probably should though.
Right. I'm lost here because it didn't say that was our purpose. It says that our purpose is to erect, maintain, and perpetuate. Right? To build, erect, and maintain and perpetuate the gospel. But we built a few houses of prayer, but we're failing to maintain. Yet we're building all kinds of other buildings that they want you to think your convocation.
Well, maybe that's why they call them all houses, so they can't tell on paperwork if they talking about a house like the house of prayer, or if they talking about houses like real estate. I mean, because they get so slick with their verbiage, so maybe that's part of the reason. Because what I noticed is that in the Charlotte region, the C.M. Bailey Trustee Trust Fund has a lot of houses listed that it built. I mean, droves and droves of houses that the C.M. Bailey Trustee Trust Fund built. And the members have the nerve to say, well, Daddy McCullough told y'all that he was going to have to provide for the kingdom one day. No, he's selling these houses for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars and lots of land and all of this for the organization to make a profit on, yet we're supposed to be a nonprofit organization. It seems like a huge real estate company.
And if the well is so deep
Mm-hmm.
that they have not touched grace money yet,
Mm-hmm.
why the push for more and 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 more G class every year? What is the need?
I mean, I can tell you what I found.
Yes, sir.
I mean, the reason why, again, is because all of those trust funds from the Grace era and the McCullough era have been consolidated into the SC Madison Trustee Trust Fund, which is the name that it seems almost all of the sanctuaries are in. And so, being that CM Bailey was only allowed to get just a couple of houses like North Charlotte, and that's to be contested, as well as, for instance, Derrida. But one thing about Miss Dolores Madison is that she's not going to allow that mansion to be put in anyone's name other than the SC Madison Trustee Trust Fund, which is the name that it's actually in. But the rider itself is in the name of the C.M. Bailey Trustee Trust Fund, and they are all on the same property, and they have the same address. So, this is also the property where the young lady was just recently found.
Uh,
Um, right on the split to where their property is, the trees that go right between the two of them. And so, with that being said, the praise, worship, and the sacrifice comes in because CM Bailey already took in enough money to build up his trust fund and to start building and selling houses and having money to come in to keep his trust fund going forever and ever and ever. And so now Bishop A.D. Cunningham has to establish his own trust fund. And that's why he's talking about building, is because he wants to put house of prayers in all of the states that don't have house of prayers so that they can be put into ownership of his trust funds, which I'm sure might be called the A.D. Cunningham Trustee Trust Fund. But who knows? He might change it now that we know that we're onto him. But ultimately, that's the reason why.
and how many of our members are going to be able to tap into any of those resources whenever the time comes that the father needs to provide for the children?
None. And the
Mm,
reason why it is none is because it is in a trust fund. And when it's in the trust fund, whenever you go and ask them about the finances, like we've been doing, that's why they don't have to answer, because they bamboozled us and put it into a trust rather than putting it into House of Prayer accounts like they keep telling us.
hmm. And how many times have you seen anything? Y'all remember in all the local houses, what must a pastor and secretary do every single week, or they will be under violation when it comes to
Mm-mm-mm.
reporting the finances that are raised? Anybody remember? What must they do every week? You remember that,
Hmm.
Golden Boy?
Hit me with it.
They must read a weekly report, right?
Oh, yes, 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 yes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm,
And
mm-hmm,
that
mm-hmm,
weekly
mm-hmm.
report has what? Every single dime that came in for house offering and pastor's offering and
Oh, yeah.
fast sacrifice and for
Mm-hmm.
convocation, for G class and for love gift and for grace
Yeah.
aid and Sunday school offering and kitchen expense
Mm-hmm.
and the bills. And at the end of that weekly report, you remember what else they must do, they had to do, and they had to include somebody from the congregation?
Um, well, did somebody have to witness, or did somebody have to recount it? Refresh my memory.
Well,
I'm
remember
still
there
stuck on
was,
what I'm
okay,
on right here, and I'm trying to get over it.
I know it's been a few days since you've been in service,
Yeah,
but,
I've been busy, man.
but they would call someone from the audience to come up and actually read and verify the bank deposit slip.
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
Right? Why would they do that? To verify for the congregations that your money has been received, your money is now accounted for by reading the books, and your money
Mm-hmm.
was deposited into a actual factual bank account. And here's the bank slips, deposit slips right here.
Mm-hmm.
So we know that money went in. Problem is they never read when the money comes out as far as on an organizational level. They
Right.
read
Right.
the expenses that comes out of the church local treasury, right? Light
Right.
bill, water bill, those sort of things. We had to buy 3 mops, and that cost $42.82. They have that
Mm-hmm.
plus, the receipts. But on a nationwide, a national level,
Mm-hmm.
when does the executive staff ever read or release to the members how much they received? When do they read their books? When do they show their bank statements or deposit
Mm-hmm.
slips? It does not happen. Why? Because we've been conditioned and taught that whatever the bishop says, to
Mm-hmm.
believe him.
Mm-hmm.
Is that good business practice?
Absolutely not. No,
Mm.
sir. No, sir.
Frankie House said, I never got paid for the work I've done in the United House of Prayer, but they got paid from me.
Mm-hmm.
The lies they tell.
Mm-hmm.
Shake my head. B. Mevdeman said, I remember St. Graham, Addie McCullough's cook, used to tell my mother she couldn't stay at Pelham Road because it was haunted with spirits. And
Mm-hmm.
grateful for it all. What about working in the community, right? Um, Black Diamond's First Lady's campaign to keep paying her husband. So she lived the life that she has grown accustomed to. Very good point. Brother Perry, back to I love working in the house of prayer.
Mm-hmm.
Here for the righteousness. The Bible teaches that we are saved by God's grace through faith, not by our works. Right there, that part.
Mm-hmm.
Grateful for it all. Money, money, money. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I'm the PR, the heavenly balance golden boy, right?
Mm-hmm.
CJ, inspired. That's what I gathered as well. Here for righteousness, for by grace are ye saved through faith, and that not of yourselves, it is this gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. Ephesians 2:8-9. And Brother Perry, the Most High doesn't work like that. A gas tank. Very good points.
You,
All of you in the comments.
you,
Let's go
you
back and
know,
go
can I
ahead.
make a statement?
Yes, absolutely.
Here's the thing, man. Like, this system has worked out so beautifully, and it actually takes me back to what you and I were just talking about the other day, about that building in Harlem that Bishop Grace purchased. And I was reading over a while back, Father Divine, and I think it was Jet Magazine that actually had covered it. And a lot of House of Prayer members don't even realize that Bishop Grace was a media mogul, and he knew how to use the media in his favor, very much so like Donald Trump does.
Mm,
And he used the media to his it was an advantage for him, and he's actually the entire reason why the Father Divine movement was stopped cold in his tracks, simply because he found out that they were in a building that was being put up for sale by the owner, and Father Divine was just a renter. And Father Divine, his theology was that he is God, which is what made Daddy Grace more appealing to Black Americans, because they were unwilling to say that a man is God. They were more willing to connect with the idea of him being a mediator or an intermediary.
right.
But with us giving the way that we give, right?
Mm-hmm.
That allowed him to be able to buy out Father Divine. And little do many of us know, oh, that might have been in Chicago, but the
Okay.
sect that's in Chicago started out as a Father Divine church and is now a house of prayer. Did y'all know that?
Mm.
Did you know that the house of prayer in Chicago was converted from Father Divine to the United House of Prayer?
Was that one that the news actually did a report on and said that Grace put
Exactly.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. And so
Was it
what happened was,
God out of heaven or divine out of
yeah,
heaven?
well, I'm gonna tell you what he said. So
Uh,
what happened is Daddy Grace bought the building,
okay.
and then he called the media over to the building, and basically he kicked them out of the building while the cameras were rolling. And he
Mm.
said into the microphones, "If you be God, how is it that I am able to evict you?" And he watched there with the cameras and with the media while these women moved out of his building that he purchased from the owners.
Dirty.
Dirty. He played really dirty. And that move right there showed his followers that he was not God. And a lot of his female followers who believed in communal giving and shared living left and came to the house of prayer because there they're giving with me. Oh, well, we can get apartment buildings and we have food kitchens and and we don't have to worship him as God. We can go to him to get to God.
So that stunt was pretty much not just to embarrass and humiliate Mr.
Father Divine.
Divine, but
Mm-hmm.
also to perhaps even tap into his members so that they would come and join.
Yeah, it was to definitely tap into his
Right,
members. It was to steal his members.
yes.
Absolutely. And believe it or not, that is kind of why a lot of the followers were members. I mean, were women after he did that to Father Divine.
Dirty business, dirty business. Now, if
Mhm.
you all are understanding what it is that we're talking about and following along with the content, and you actually can see clearly through some of these, I'm going to say shenanigans, feel
Mhm.
free to click on that link, scan the QR code, go to the form. When you go to the form, fill out the entire form. Make sure
Mhm.
that you double check for the asterisks to put that information in. Then
Absolutely.
scroll all the way down to the bottom of the form. You'll see a black box, submit form. Click that. If you do not see a thank you page come up, then you did not submit it. Right now, I think,
Hey, you,
go ahead. We have
you know
124
what?
people that need to go
These,
back and check. Yes, sir.
yeah. I'm sorry to cut across you.
No, no,
This
no, you're
Father
good.
Divine topic, let me tell you how good this is. If you want to know some history about the house of prayer, go onto YouTube and type in Father Divine and listen to how he addresses the house. When he dons the mountain, do you know what he says to the members?
Mm.
One guess, Brother Lewis.
When he gets the house, does he?
When he when
Don't
he
tell
when
me
he
he
go,
says the same thing our bishop's been saying in here.
he said, "Peace, everybody."
Wow.
And
How
they don't
do
say
you
grace back. They say over there, they say peace. But our leader is Daddy Grace. So we say grace.
Mm.
So we don't even understand how closely alike the two organizations were. The
Yeah.
difference was we believed in capitalism and building buildings and buying buildings, and they believed in the women living in compounds, in communal living where they go out and work and then they bring their whole paycheck and pool it all together. And then you treat him like a god. And y'all. So that didn't really work for folks like the Daddy Grace movement did.
Mm.
And so please, I challenge all of you to just listen to one message. If you were on your laptop, I would ask you to go to YouTube and share a video of him right now, but that's all right. I'll just tell you, take some time out and just look up one message of Father Divine. And as he dons the podium, the first thing all of you will hear is peace, everybody. And it sounds just like a house of prayer preacher.
Mm.
Absolutely.
And again, For all of you who are understanding and following along, to understand the history behind the founder of our organization and where he got received or copied and duplicated antics coming from others. Feel free once
Mm-hmm.
again to click that link, scan that QR code. We had 428 was the number I gave before, with 124, I think, individuals who believe they submitted their forms, but it did not go through. Go back and just double check just to make sure. Even if you redo your form twice, it will not
Mm-hmm.
duplicate on the other end. It is just to make sure that it did get counted. So go all the way down to the bottom, click that box, and look for a thank you page to pop up. Black Diamond asked a question, said, did Bailey pay for her chemotherapy and radiation treatment? Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know. What about you? Golden Boy, you remember or have you heard anything about this at all?
Say that again. I'm sorry. I started looking for Father Divine over here. What'd you ask me? I'm sorry.
Black Diamond said, did Bailey pay for her chemotherapy and radiation treatment? Uh, Correct me if I'm
Ooh, I'm
wrong.
not
I haven't
sure.
heard. Yeah, not
I
sure.
haven't heard anything about it actually. To be honest, as far as Cunningham's wife is concerned, I've only been able to learn anything about her since he became bishop. I know very, very little about Mrs. Cunningham, to be honest.
Yeah, I remember, and we have not checked to confirm this, but many people have shared that he was part owner of the subway on the corner there at 7th and Elm Street, right there on the House of Prayer Plaza across the street from the convention center.
Right,
He
at
and Brother Hall.
1107 7th Street Northwest, Washington, D.C.
Mhm.
Correct.
Right, right.
Hmm.
And if you have a subway that you are part owner of, I'm thinking that you're doing pretty good for yourself. And the likelihood is you probably have some nice, pretty nice insurance to take care of that chemotherapy. But the way it's been looking within the leadership of our organization, they don't want to put out payments for anything. And it's very likely that Mr. Bailey did do that. If I'm not mistaken, I think he did pay for Malachi to go to culinary arts school. And
Hmm.
that was pretty popular going around as well, that tidbit of information. I haven't confirmed it, but quite a few people have talked about it. So I hope that helps Black Diamond. Brother Perry said before we go back to the recording, she worked in the kitchen because she wanted to give a burnt offering. Was she burning the food? Oh, oh,
Oh, that's a good one.
yeah, that one.
That was a good
Uh,
one.
Let's go back to
Oh
the
man,
recording and see what else we have
absolutely.
going on there in Huntersville. Right, is Second Lady, Sister Debbie Cunningham. Here we are.
So now I'm feeling back up. And when people say to me, it don't take all of that, I'm saying, you don't know what it's going to take. People see me shouting on the mountain, someone said to me, oh, you must have had a really good time. I said, I don't need music to shout. I don't. You all would be surprised that, and it's nothing but the devil, I understand, but he doesn't get the victory. He doesn't get my joy. Whenever, even right now, as I'm standing here, I'm in my mind thanking God that my feet don't hurt. Because I came to Charlotte for convocation in 2024 and left the exhibition, and I had to crawl when I got to the Parsons because I could not walk on my feet. And so I am grateful for the
They
day
didn't carry you.
don't hurt.
What was that again?
They didn't carry her. They let her crawl.
Let me go back.
She said she had to crawl.
Hmm.
And left the exhibition exhibition, and I had to crawl when I got to the parsonage because I could not walk on my feet.
Interesting.
Oh.
They said, forget you. I got to go spend some time with my beneficial owner.
Can you see this? Can you visualize this? Now, did she say the parsonage?
The parsonage after service.
So the second lady was literally crawling
I'm about to demote her to the third lady
on the
and put the
floor,
beneficial owner as the second.
the ground, the sidewalk, around the guards, around the escorts. Where was he at? Dear Addie, I think she said.
Yeah. Or is she just flat out lying?
That's what it begins to sound like to me. You crawled to the parsonage. This people, we have to begin to see through these things. You have to begin to understand that everything we're hearing is not always true.
Mm-hmm.
One of our dear friends said there's a fly in the buttermilk, right?
My goodness.
Something's wrong somewhere. I'm going to go back to that and we'll continue.
Solid.
In 2024 and left the exhibition, and I had to crawl when I got to the parsonage because I could not walk on my feet. And so I am grateful for the days when my feet don't hurt. Grateful. I am grateful. Like right now, my knee is saying, hey, you hurt. Yeah, but I can stand up. I can't do nothing about what I can't do nothing about.
I can't do nothing about what I can't do nothing about.
Mm-mm. This is the first time I'm hearing it all the way through. I heard about the first 30 seconds and turned it off and got on the phone.
It's very interesting though, right?
It is.
Because we're talking about a whole host of things going on here. And yet this is the wife. Not to mention we have men with titles of apostle, right? Racked with pain as well. Hurt, sick, diseased. Members all over the place. Hurt, sick, and diseased. All over the place. But we're saying thank you for your holy anointed man servant in the land today.
Mm-hmm.
I recall the Messiah saying something to the effect that those who believe on me, the works that I do, shall they do also. Anybody who knows about the healing or miracles being performed or anything of that nature that the disciples actually did or the Messiah did being done today, please let us know in the comment. Please let us know in the comment. Because there's a lot of things being said, but not a whole lot of things being witnessed.
Mm-hmm.
All right? Let's continue.
Beloved ones, all I'm saying to you all is please appreciate what we have. Don't take it for granted. Don't take any day for granted. Because you can be up to date and down today. Same day, down. Same day, down. And loved ones, if there's, even if you forgot everything else I said, this is something that I have seen in the last, who's counting, 971 days. And that is, we profess to be brothers and sisters. We profess that God is our Father. And yet we don't show love. It's something that I see it now from a different perspective. Where's the love? That's right. That's right.
Now, she just went from talking about the money and talking about making a withdrawal for her healing to now talking about the love.
Mm-hmm.
Where is the love?
Mm-mm.
Anything or?
Well, my thing is maybe that's her confession that she didn't feel the love, learning that, they consider her account to have been withdrawn down to empty. She didn't feel like that was love. And, they're really, really strategic about how they say what they mean, but they know that the congregants won't get it.
Mm,
And so I think that it's more so to that effect. Where's the love? It was no love in this. But that's just my take. I'd be trying to, see what they really saying.
uh, and she said that she's not seeing the love. Um,
Mm.
my mind
In
went
other
to,
words, y'all ain't doing enough work. When you doing work, it's because of your love for the kingdom, your love or whatever. But I ain't seeing the
mm,
love in multiple ways.
and I concur, except I also think about what she sees and what she doesn't see. She said that she didn't see the love. Now,
Uh-huh.
you are in a situation where you get to see a whole lot of things that we don't see, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You're with people that we're not with.
Mm-hmm.
You're around people that we're not around.
Ooh.
You get to see a whole lot of what people don't get to see.
So wait a minute. So are you saying that she's suggesting that they are feeling as the leaders that the members are not loving them the way that they used to?
It sounds like the people not loving them the way they used to. And it also, for me, sounds like you're putting love on the people as a guilt trip.
Mm-hmm.
But my question is,
Where's your love for the people?
where's your love for the people?
Mm-hmm.
Where's your love as the second lady? When the
Mm-hmm.
members of the House of Prayer went through furlough, what was it that was contributed to the people from Mrs. Cunningham?
Well, she got a placeholder in our Maybach that he bought for us members.
Right? And what came from her to the members? What love did she demonstrate?
Absolutely nothing. A
But
love
every
wave.
right. But each time when the pastors come up, do they not pass up an envelope with her name on it?
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
Are they not expressing love from the members towards her?
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
Are they not also expressing love from the members towards Mrs. Madison or Ms. Madison?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, she still got to make deposits to that SC Madison Trustee Trust Fund.
And how much love did they spread to the members who were in need?
Well, the Lord say don't come ask her for no money, so uh that's telling.
So nothing there. And
Mm-hmm.
how much came from Mrs. Cunningham to the members when they were in need?
None.
None.
The leaders here, they're not trained to give. Charity starts at home and it don't live in none of their houses. It's
Mm,
all about take, 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 siphon, drain, and on top of that, run the members down into the ground until their bodies are just wore out. A lot of these members got full-time jobs and work for the House of Prayer like a second full-time job and don't get a dime. God forbid you slip and hurt yourself because you don't have workers' compensation.
and that's another good point because Black Diamond asked, so the workers that worked in St. Paradise 7 days a week are not paid by wages? Correct me if I'm wrong.
No.
And no, if I'm not mistaken, they receive donations. I think right now the donations may be $9 an hour. $9 an hour. Um, and with that in mind, before now, as of late, it used to be just donations, and you just get an envelope. And the workers there did not know what was in each other's envelope. But outside of Paradise Cafeteria, for the most part, throughout the entire organization, I don't know of another kitchen. I don't know of any other kitchen besides Paradise that pays or give a donation in cash to the workers in the cafeteria or the kitchens. Now, I may be wrong, but I have not ever heard of any other house of prayer that pays or gives a donation to the workers. For the most part, all of them receive G class credit. And as you just mentioned, what are you going to get if there's a slip and fall? Nothing.
Nothing.
You're not going to get workman's comp.
Nope.
You're not going to get unemployment. You're not going to get Social Security. Not from these things. You're not going to get tax returns. Right? None of these things you're going to get because you don't qualify, because there's nothing going on the record to show that you've been exchanging your time for pay on a job. There is no W-2 that you're going to get from the house of prayer working in the kitchen.
Yeah.
And this is the issue. Now, going back to all these people who's working in kitchens and working in other places around the house of prayer, giving their time. Now, again, giving their time. So I say, if you want to look for the love from the people, look at the people who's giving away their time to the organization without expecting a paycheck. You said you're not looking for G class. They're not looking for compensation.
Right.
You're in a position you don't need to worry about a bill. Everything you live off of is from the members.
Yep.
The clothes you wear, the food you eat, the electricity that you use, the water that you have, every single thing, the transportation. That's not even provided by your husband. Those things are provided by the members of the organization. You're living free as it stands for the bishops and their families until the end of that bishop's life. You are now living worry-free, stress-free, no financial worries whatsoever. Just like Miss Dolores Madison, off of the backs of the people. Now, all of that said, where's your love for the people? Where's Mr. Cunningham's love for the people? Especially during the furlough in Washington, D.C., other people all around the country was hurt too. And yet, when there's a natural disaster, he's telling the members going to y'all's pocket. Remember the speech he gave, what's in y'all's wallet? How about what's in your wallet? What was in my wallet is now in your wallet. Can you help us in our time of need, since we've been helping you who are not in need at all? So when you're going to talk about that word love, let's push back away from the table a little bit and take an honest look at what's going on. Because Mrs. Cunningham, you're not in a position to question whether or not people are showing love one to another. When those members down in Georgia went through a flood because of a hurricane, it was the members who loved the house of prayer enough, who listened to the leader, tell them to go into their cabinets, many of them who don't have, but they pulled out anyway to show love towards their brothers and sisters of the house of prayer down in Georgia. And many of the members are doing this all the time. So we'll go back and we'll keep listening a little bit more. I am the PR said I was told that Abby really knows the Bible and was a good Sunday school teacher. So how did she make the comment about burnt offerings? And I honestly can't say that I know, but I do know that we have a lot of Sunday school teachers throughout the organization teaching Sunday school, but there's a lot of those students in those Sunday school classes who would question what they're teaching because they're saying what you're saying in Sunday school has nothing to do with what this is saying in the Bible.
Looks like over there on TikTok, they're watching the live, but their comments don't get to come up on the screen. And
Okay.
so their questions over there are like, oh my goodness, I would love to join in this conversation. Why don't you guys let people join in on the conversation? It's like we do, man, but unfortunately, the way that TikTok is set up, we don't get to see all of the comments over there. So one of us has to actually log into our TikTok and join in over there to be in the comment section. So if you would like to engage, if you are over on TikTok, if you would like to engage in the comments or even come up on the screen, you can. You would just need to comment either on Facebook or YouTube between Golden Boy Tellum's channel or Joseph the 11th Son. But we are not overlooking you all over on TikTok. It's just that
Right.
it's already hard. I mean, it was a blessing we found a platform that allowed us to stream, including TikTok. Most
Mhm.
streamers don't have that ability. But we are able to make sure that the stream is there. We just don't have the ability yet, I'll say, to include y'all's comments over here with everyone else. So if you do want to, comment over there, but it's gonna definitely be better if you want to engage on one of the other platforms. But yeah, we welcome you all to the conversation for sure, definitely. So just wanted to throw that out there for those watchers.
Absolutely, 100%. And thank you for that. Um,
Hmm.
and we're glad that you're enjoying what it is that we're discussing tonight. And if at all possible, um, even if you can reach out to someone else in order to shoot them your comment or your question, and we'll be more than
Hmm.
glad to respond live. With that said, let's listen in a little bit more.
Where is it? Not just when we're up, but when we're down. Let's be more loving. Let's not be so quick for it to be about me. Why can't it be about we? No one should be able to come between us. There used to be
Who's coming between them?
I think she's talking about probably myself or my channel and yours as well. I'm pretty certain that she is speaking about the fact that um, I'm speaking loudly and the people are hearing, and same as you.
Yeah, my toe hurt when she said that. Um, and it caught my attention, and nobody's nearby to step on my toe, but certainly
Hmm.
felt like it.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah.
and there may be a few other comments that she's about to make, and you might feel your toe hurt too in a little bit. Just
Oh
in case,
Lord.
let me know if it does, and we'll stop it again and listen to some more comments about her comments. But here we go.
Indeed.
think about it. I remember when I was young, family, nobody talked about your family. That's right.
Oh.
Your family.
Yeah,
Oh.
Show more love.
yeah.
I travel and I see things.
What we
Oh,
thinking?
she mad because I drug her husband.
Oh,
She
we
mad. She mad because he got drugged for filth, and he deserved it.
we what was that song back in I think the late 70s? We are family.
Hmm.
Something, something, something in me.
Right. I got all my sisters or something like that with me.
Right. This is a plea. This is a plea to the people. And
Yep.
again, it sounds so much like a skit, like you know what you came to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you know that this recording is going to go out, but
Mm-hmm.
it's to support, to rile the
Mm-hmm.
troops, get back on board. Come on, y'all. What are you doing? You're supposed to be for my husband. Why you
Yep.
dialing on my husband?
Yep. Yep.
Uh, let's see here.
Even your family. So let's show more love. I travel and I see things, and even I've had people come to me about people, and I put it back on them. I don't want to hear nothing about nothing, because I got one goal, and that's to get to heaven. And I don't want.
Mm.
We call this part tampering.
Mm.
When you are in a position of influence,
Mm.
especially being a family member of an
Mm.
individual who has a position of authority
Mm.
over a large group of people,
Mm.
the very worst thing you can do,
Not the best.
not the best,
Mm.
the worst thing you can do is to come out and make any comment on anything that you
Mm.
feel that that person in that position is going through negatively.
Mm.
It's even a problem sometimes positively, but definitely negatively.
Mm.
And this is why we've heard so many times a pastor's wife is a difficult job. They have to sit there knowing that people are going to talk about their husband. They're going to complain about their husband. They're going to sometimes poke fun at their husband. They're going to make jokes about their husband. But it's not so much people have a problem with your husband, but sometimes people have a problem with how your husband talk to people. Sometimes people have
Mm.
a problem with how your husband act around people. Sometimes people have
Mm.
a problem with how your husband look down on people. Sometimes people
Mm.
have a problem with how your husband shows arrogance around people, whether
Mm.
again your husband is a pastor, a council member, General Assembly secretary, senior minister, or I
Mm.
don't know, even a bishop perhaps.
Mm. Mm.
People don't like being talked down to, especially when you are living off of them.
Well, the thing about it is, you're a public figure now.
Yes.
And so, as a public figure, people like me have rights to be able to come on a platform like what we have here today. And that's why I really love this disclaimer right here, because it says, if we could move that for just 1 second, that comment, let me see,
I got
where
it.
is it? Where is it? Yep, there we go. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comments, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statutes. Just wanted to throw that out there. You know.
Mm. And that's the thing, because again, once again, uh, if you're a family member, you still become a public figure, even if you're in the
Mm-hmm.
shadows, just simply
Yep.
by relationship. But to make
Yep.
a public statement regarding
Mm-hmm.
what that public figure who happens to be in a position does, says, or has an issue with, you're now, if that person does anything illegal, you're now making
You're an
yourself a
accomplice.
co-conspirator. When you go to tell people to
Mm.
do anything to support that person, or to do anything to go against people who's trying to bring that person forward, you're now a co-conspirator. Whenever you engage in telling people to not listen to that person who's trying to bring that person forward, you're now engaging in witness tampering.
Witness tampering.
These are very strong penalties for very severe activities that are criminal. And so when we come on, it is to help everybody to understand what's going on and not to blast anyone. It is to expose anyone, not to make fun of, but to call out. And the problem is that they've been blocking our attempts to call them out for years and decades. And anybody getting upset with anybody trying to call them out is on the wrong side. You're on the side of criminal activity. And if you get involved, you will make yourself a co-conspirator and a person who's witness tampering. And there will be severe penalties when you do that, and the government brings charges against you. So what we're encouraging for the wife, the children, other family members, sit back at any point in time. If you're related to somebody in a position, not do anything or say anything. Do not get involved. That is not just best for you, but it's best for them. You can mess up and make things worse for them, but not only that, you will make things worse for yourself because you can be hit with those penalties and also share some prison time for yourself as well.
Is this the one right here? Federal witness tampering right here,
Absolutely.
18 U.S. Specialty Code 1512. If the whistleblower was attempting to report federal crimes such as IRS tax fraud, mail fraud, or wire fraud, the minister's actions triggers federal jurisdiction. Actively coordinating to block, alter, or suppress a whistleblower's testimony or evidence carries federal prison time of up to 20 years.
Yes. And when you do that unknowingly, it does not make a difference whatsoever. They don't
Nope.
care.
Ignorance of the
Yes,
law.
sir.
It's just not, it's not an excuse to
Yes,
break it.
sir. So
So,
family members, matter of fact, didn't we talk about that too, pertaining to the ministers and the elders and the councilmen? When y'all make those statements, when you get up and preach or get up in front of the people and make these statements about not listening to people, calling them crazy and doing whatever you can to dissuade them from paying attention to whatever their message is, you're actually obstructing justice. And that's another criminal, right? All these.
I think I got a slide on it.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. We covered this the other night, and if you have it available, I'm gonna pull it up. As a matter of fact,
What you
that
remember
last
what
one you
number
just
it
put
was?
up, that one should have obstruction too, because those are along the same charges.
Yep, obstruction of justice.
Yeah. So again, whenever this happens, whenever you do this, you're putting yourself in a position to where you will, not you can, but you will get hit with charges because of the fact that you're not aware of what it is that you're doing. So this is criminal liability because it's criminal actions that you're involving yourself in. So under Washington, D.C.
So check, can I read
go
that?
for it.
Right here under obstruction of justice, DC Code 22-722. I'm only gonna read the highlighted parts. If the ministers use, actually, I'm just read it off: physical intimidation, threats of termination, or the important part here that we're talking about, spiritual coercion to silence the whistleblower or block members from speaking at the General Assembly, they can face up to 3 years in prison per count.
Every single time it happens. And it doesn't have to be the General Assembly, right? It can be inside of a service. It can be in a cafeteria. It can be in a group meeting. It can be outside on the grounds, a phone call, a text. If you do anything, you're putting yourself in a position to be charged. And if found guilty on each count, this is what you're looking at. Up to 3 years. This
Mm-hmm.
is serious, people. And just because you don't believe anyone when they're telling you about someone's actions, the best thing to do is just sit tight, sit back, and watch it unfold. We have laws that
Yeah.
we've been abiding by in this organization for, and we had this general counsel
Mm-hmm.
that appeared in front of the people to be holding people accountable for breaking the law. You violated the law. And this individual, Precious, Your Honor Supreme, they violated Article 4, Section B. And the members sit back, No, oh, no, you don't do that. All the comments being made in the back. And it's like something that's a pastor might not have deposited a check on time, right? Nobody knows the bank was closed on Friday and
Mm-hmm.
Monday because of an important holiday, but they didn't bank it.
Right.
And on Tuesday, there was a phone call. They got to run to the hospital because somebody's in a car accident, and they didn't bank it on Tuesday. And on Wednesday, that person dies, and that pastor go back to comfort and console the family. So they don't get to bank the check.
Mm-hmm.
Other people don't bank it because the pastor's dealing with that family and he don't call the other people to bank the check. And nobody's thinking about banking the check because there's so many things going on right now at the hospital. So then on Thursday, now the
Mm-hmm.
family is trying to make funeral arrangements, and all the members of the house of prayer are getting together with that family to comfort them and buy flowers and whatnot. And the check still has not gotten banked. But when these things come up, nobody
Mm-hmm.
asks about, well, why didn't the pastor bank the check? And then we had the man sitting at the top in the white chair at the bench saying, well, that was interest that we could have gained if the check had been banked, if it had been deposited. That's money lost for this organization. And we're supposed to do everything that we can, looking out for
Mm-hmm.
the best interests of the members of this organization. Know that that check should have been banked. It should have been in that deposit. And this is a violation every single day. It's a violation. Flat fine, $200. But nobody asked, well, what happened?
Mm-hmm.
Details not going over in the court. No one even bothered to allow the pastor to have say so, get inside that microphone and tell what happened. And I'm sure if the members had heard, instead of them saying, that's a shame. He know better. He should have banked that check. And y'all hear in council all the time, people making comments based on the comments of the bishop. And if the bishop not angrily speaking, if he's happy and lifting them up, and he says, yes, you did such a good job. I'm pleased. I've seen all these things in you for the last 5 years, and you working hard and struggling and toiling. Then you hear the people, oh, clap your hands for him. Clap, 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 clap. Clap your hand. Clap, 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 clap. And the people
Mm-hmm.
follow suit. Now, mind you, now that the bishop is the one being accused, where are the people at? Where's all those people hemming and hawing while listening to the allegations and the accusations? The council didn't
Mm-hmm.
even show evidence, but we're showing tons of evidence. Look at how many documents. And Golden Boy even showed what, two, just no, another document just now, backing up what we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Where are the people at?
Yep.
Oh, he know better.
You know, someone just actually was in the comment section on Facebook, and she really looked silly. But we talked about whistleblower protections here, and she comes back talking about something about Witness Protection Act. And I'm like, that's not what we talking about. We're not talking about witness protection. We talking
Oh
about
my goodness.
whistleblowers. But then she has the audacity to say I'm low IQ and it went over my head. And I'm like, no, baby, stay on topic.
But see,
Lord.
these are individuals who sometimes ready to criticize instead of listening and paying attention, right?
Hmm.
All these things would be beneficial if we just listen. And if we listen, we'll learn. And what we're learning now is that our bishop has not been nice. Our bishop
Hmm.
has been being naughty. Sometimes Bishop might be getting some bags of coal at the end of the year,
Mhm.
right? If we
Yep.
stand still and not have this, what, favoritism, and just look at things for what they are, do you think our members would do a good job on a jury?
Who's the doggone
Right,
defendant?
that part. And I was going to go there next.
You know,
If it's,
I mean,
go
because
ahead.
you know, if it's someone that they are enamored by, they don't care what you do. As a matter of fact, oh, I'm not even gonna say it. We have some things to go over on tomorrow in this realm right here. In this, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Mm,
Yeah.
right. And what
Mm.
we're talking about is how we have favoritism.
Yes. I mean, there are leaders right now that that have an affinity for minors, and they are assistant pastors. You know, I mean, you have birthed children with minors, and you're an assistant pastor in the house of prayer, and apparently just got caught in the elevator fondling
Oh,
a
detour,
lady,
detour, detour. Yeah.
sorry, abusing a lady against her will. So, yeah, those are the types of things that we deal with in this
Yeah.
organization, and this just
Yeah.
happened, you know. So,
And
you
and
know,
members, some of these things are very sensitive, we know. But the fact of the matter is, it's upsetting because so many of these things are happening right in front of our eyes and nothing's being done about it. You know, we have stories,
right,
right, that Golden Boy has been sharing with individuals and others have been sharing with everyone. And there's some stories that we have yet to tell because they're so disturbing. It's so disturbing. We're trying not to just go so far out there that people, what are y'all doing? What are you doing? We're trying to wake you up. That's what we're doing. While people sitting there in services watching a felony take place,
yeah,
right? And people didn't know that while you're sitting there paying attention to the choir, listening to the band, shouting to the music, clapping your hands, tapping your feet, beating the tambourine, or looking at whoever's sitting up on that platform, there's a man with the title of apostle who happens to be an honored man above the organization, sitting on the highest ecclesiastical body out in the stairwell somewhere. And no one knows that they're traumatizing a sister during a service with members less than 100 feet away. We have stories like this all over the place. So people are angry and people will not be able to control their emotions as they relive that moment trying to share those stories. It's upsetting for
absolutely.
us, right? To even talk about it. And now we have individuals who are here doing everything that they can to assist, but have their own stories as well. So instead of pointing the finger at individuals that we can utilize the word victim or survivor,
Hmm.
right? Some even say trauma, victim, trauma, patient, turned victim. When talking about these things, if the perpetrator happened to be somebody that we adore, well, we don't want to hear it.
Yeah,
That right there is the problem
yeah,
when it comes to
because he can
employment.
do no wrong, or they can do no wrong.
Mm-hmm.
They are without sin. How could they possibly sin? They're a savior.
Mm-hmm.
They no longer became they are no longer flesh, all spirit. We just see them in the natural. Their body ceases to have human physical reactions to the things that are around them. They just become, gods, apparently. Maybe they believe that they become eunuchs.
And see, on that note, before we continue with the recording, on that note, what he just said, y'all remember the story of the woman who was brought to the Savior, and they said, "What do you think we should do with her?" She was caught in the very act, doing what we know she's not supposed to be doing.
Come on.
The law says that she's supposed to be stoned. What say you? In front of everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And what do people do? Look at her like, sad, sad, sad. And most of the time, whenever I heard that story growing up, I thought, oh, that's bad. Such a shame. Until later, I gave it some thought. Spirit reveal, open up. Wait a minute. The Savior didn't jump at her. The Messiah, he understood. Bent down, start writing in the sand.
Mm-hmm.
But the scripture doesn't say what he was writing. I believe he was looking around at those men accusing her and writing their names. As he looked up and said, "He who is without sin, cast the first stone."
Right.
Now their conscience, eat them up. Because now if you throw that stone, her blood is going to be on your hands.
Mm-hmm.
I believe this is a bigger message because the Savior knew it takes two to do what she did.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the other one? You caught her in the very act, you said.
Mm-hmm.
So where's the man that you caught her with? Or are you hiding and protecting him? Maybe
Right.
it's because you all have done the same thing. But he didn't go there.
Mm-hmm.
But they knew they had sinned just as well as she did. And in this story, we see accusers that the Messiah pointed out as deceivers.
Mm-hmm.
They want you to look at her while they accuse. They holding the microphone. She don't have a mic. And he looking at them and say, how dare you? Y'all know
Right.
you're hiding someone who's guilty because you all are just as guilty and dirty and filthy and nasty as they are. Yet you are wearing your pretty clothes, looking like men who are devout and holy in front of the people. That's why he said, you're like the whited sepulchres, clean and beautiful on the outside, but inside full of dead men's bones. This is what we're looking at today. And people, when we look at these men and find everybody who says anything about them being guilty on the spot, that makes us wrong. And even though the laws of the land might not call you a co-conspirator, the eyes of our Father will. And everything that we do here, we're going to have to pay for in judgment in the morning. Because one thing about him, he does not show favoritism. He has no respect of persons. Right is right, wrong is wrong. A bishop who lies, deceives, steal, manipulate is just as wrong and guilty in the eyes of the Father and the Son as that man on the middle of the floor who did wrong himself. Many times they've set people up who did no wrong while they eviscerated them. So as we go back to this I'll let it play through. If there's a point you want me to let it stop, I will, but I won't stop it anymore so that we can get through the rest of it and go from there.
Solid.
Okay.
Be weighed down with anything that's not going to get me there. But loved ones, let's show more love to one another. Show love to the people you don't know well. Because if I do for you and then you do for me, I gotta do the same thing you do for you. Come on now. Let's do for somebody that can't do for us. Let's do that. Let's do that behind the scene love that nobody has to know about. Some of the most precious items that I've gotten in the last 71 days was counting, were from people who came to me on the side and said, I just wanted you to have this. I saw this and I thought about you. And what I say to people is, for me, the greatest thing anyone can do for me is to do for each other. Do that. Amen. Show love. Be loving. Let's represent our Father well. Let's let it be so when people look at us, that's their DNA. People think it's insulting when they say, you have a dead family. I ain't insulting. Daddy Madison once said that his children only need to be reminded. So sometimes now I don't go to people, I really don't. People come to me, and I tell people, don't come to me if you got junk. I'm on my way to heaven, so I just can't. I'm sorry, I won't. Yes. But when I say something to someone and they act a certain way, you know what I say? I thought I knew who your father was. I thought I knew. And what somebody shows me, I accept.
Nothing. No comment. No comment. All right, we're going to come back to that. Let me go ahead and let it play.
What somebody shows me, I accept that that's who their father is, and I don't expect anything different. So let's show love. Let's be loving one to another, and let's show love even when our friends aren't around. Amen. Even when we're around our enemy. Some of the people I've done the most for are people I know don't like me. I had people say to me, how can you do? No, she don't. I'm trying to get to heaven. What if I work up in glory and they say it's next to me? I don't know what kind of forgiveness they're asking for. But again, I enjoy being here tonight, and Elder Rodney is a wonderful person. My earliest memory of Elder Rodney, and it touches my heart every time I think about it. He was at God's White House. He hadn't been there long. He was a young man. And he asked me a question one time that he will never ask me again. But I was standing outside of the sanctuary. They were having a program, and it was crowded. And he saw me, and he went in the kitchen and got a chair for me. I wasn't the pastor's wife of God's White House. He was just a young man that saw a slightly older woman standing, and he went and got a chair for me. And he will never know how much that meant to me. And that's been a good 40 years ago. But I remember it like it was yesterday. Because sometimes that one good deed that your brother and sister does for you, when you're going through something, when other people might be giving you a hard time, you can remember, but you know what? That one good deed, there is a good person. Let's all be that good person. Thank you.
And there we have it. So here we are. I think we lost connection with Golden Boy, and he will probably be back on momentarily. But here we are, and we're back.
Yeah, I got booted. Sorry about that.
No, it's all good. Did you hear the part?
I mean, I've been gone for like the last minute and a half or so. So I missed a huge portion.
Well, it was just the ending, but there was
Hmm.
one part where she actually said that she finds it sweet. In fact, it's the sweetest thing when uh, people do for other people, right? To show their love and appreciation for them. And she said, sometimes when people are doing things, she looks at them and their actions. And she put it like this: when someone came to her something, she said, "Listen, I don't listen to nothing about nothing. I'm trying to get to heaven. That's all I'm worrying about." And when other things come up, she said, uh, she'll think to herself, "I thought I knew who your father was. I thought I knew who your father was." And she preempted that by saying, um, for those individuals showing love, let's show who our father is. And if you have dad's DNA, you will show love one to another. But see, there's a problem here because you just said, let's show people who our father is. And it sounds like you're implying the
That
great,
daddy.
huh?
To me, it sounds like you implying daddy rather than our Heavenly Father, in my opinion.
Well, no, you may be right. And of course, members of the House of Prayer, our minds instantly go there, right, when talking about this
Hmm.
particular subject. But I thought that she's implying the way that we do something about the Father, right, the Creator,
Hmm.
and then insinuate something about the man, the bishop. And we
Hmm.
do that so interchangeably in order to equate the man, the bishop, as equal to the Father, right? Even he himself
Hmm.
said he's a God on earth. He
Hmm.
said he's the modern day version, right, of the Messiah. Um,
Late model version.
late model, late model. Uh,
Hmm.
and with that in mind, um, so let's show people who our Father is. But then, if we have Dad's DNA, right, sliding different things in there to put him on people's mind, even as House of Prayer women. I don't have his DNA,
Hmm.
right? And in fact, let's take it to the scripture. How many of the followers of the disciples had any of their DNA? How many of the people in Paul's day had his DNA?
Hmm.
And see, the problem with this is Paul was on the scene at the same time of the other disciples. It's not for us to have any of the men who carry the gospel or give the gospel their DNA. It's for us all to look up to, look at, lean on, refer to, and trust in the one
Hmm.
true Father, our Heavenly Father, the creator of all that is, that was, and ever will be.
Hmm.
So, in those little things, I found it interesting that again, the wife is here, but sounding like a speaker slash teacher slash missionary to
Hmm.
tell people what they should be doing, what they should be doing, what you should be doing, and give, 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 and love, love, love. And uh, we don't want anybody to question us how your father was. I took that to mean, us, what we're doing. Because wait a
Yeah.
minute, I've known you for all these years, and all of a sudden you're out here doing this. Wait a minute, I thought I knew who your father was. That's what I think she meant. That's what I think that she was insinuating. What do you think?
Yep.
Spot on?
1000%.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Uh, Zalika says, um, have you listened to Prophet Jones? He was from Detroit and was influenced by Father Divine. I heard of him. I haven't gotten a chance to listen to him or listen to anything that he had actually said or shared, but I know of him. And it looked like, if I remember the pictures that I saw, it looked like he was sitting in chairs that looked like the chairs that Mr. Grace sat in. Remember those wicker chairs that were weaved together, the high back? He had one of those. And it's interesting that Prophet Jones, Mr. Grace, and Father Divine had a bunch of things that kind of resembled one another. Um, do you remember Prophet Jones?
I do, as a matter of fact, and I have. I'm actually going to do a piece on him this week.
Okay, so talk to him right
Hmm.
on up.
Yeah,
Everybody,
yeah.
you
I've actually been. I've been holding off on releasing this for actually quite a while. So I'm gonna go ahead and put it out this coming week, and it will all make sense. But yes, I do remember Jim Jones. As a matter of fact, we talked about him slightly last night. He is the one that is known for the "Don't drink the Kool-Aid" slogan because he laced his Kool-Aid, or it wasn't even Kool-Aid, it was Flavor-Aid, with a poison, and he had his members to drink it with him because he knew that the federal authorities were closing in, and there were only a handful of survivors who
mm-hmm,
all later on, um, you know, unalived themselves.
mm.
So it
that
was a
was
very tragic story, for sure.
that was the people's something. I thought it was over in Costa Rica,
Mm-mm. No, it was in Guyana, Jonestown,
Jonestown, right?
Jonestown. Yeah. Hmm.
Right. Prophet Jones, however, I think that was another individual
Oh,
who,
Jim Jones is who I was talking about. Jim Jones.
right, right,
Got
uh,
you.
Jim Jones, and he actually did what he could to escape the authorities because they actually came over there to pick him up. Uh,
Hmm.
but Prophet Jones was as elaborate as Mr. Grace was, and if you look into
Oh,
him,
really?
right, young man, um, wore some very, very peculiar clothing. Um, and like I said, he had a chair that actually sat in a place that resembled what we do in the house of prayer. Um,
Hmm. Hmm.
and he did a lot of things that resembled what we do in the house of prayer. And it's interesting because when you look at these different leaders of these different places, they all kind of resemble one another with the use of the same tactics. In fact, we had shared how some of them even say the
James.
exact same things, to include the worst one in here is better than the best one out there.
Hmm.
Well, I was surprised to learn that other
Oh,
leaders.
yeah. I see his chair here.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
I was surprised by that because how are all these different leaders saying that the
Hmm.
best one in the worst one in here is better than the best one out there? Now, so it lends a little bit of credence to some things that's going on that we may not know anything about right now. Um,
Let me show. Let me show his chair here.
yeah,
Let me do that. I'm gonna put it on the screen. Let me download it here. Boom. Here we are. All right, it's uploading now.
okay.
Oh, hold on. My bad.
Yes,
I
sir.
thought it was. Here he is. All right, I got the picture. Boom. He got a lot of pictures, but this throne here is what's actually I'll just screenshot all of them
Okay.
and I'll share this one. He was out of Detroit, and yeah, he you can tell he's probably a flamboyant preacher just in the throne that he's chosen,
Right.
and it does actually put you in the mind of how's a prayer, to be honest. Here you go. Boom.
Crazy when you
Sure.
see it.
Yeah. This is just the Google search with all of the pictures that come up of him, and you'll see the elaborate throne here as well on the right there.
There it
So
is.
it's very interesting. And
Mm-hmm.
that's just one of them. So
And
yeah.
let me let you all see the bottom. Can you put that up again? I think I just took it off by
Yeah.
mistake.
Oh
Okay.
no, that was me. My bad. My bad.
No problem. Um, and let me move this at the bottom.
Oh, the ticker.
Yes.
I got you.
Okay.
And that's just a screenshot, so I can't like scroll or anything.
Right. But look at how flamboyant.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wait. The one right there, I'm gonna get that one where he's sitting on the throne with the guards. I thought that one was interesting earlier today. Let me
Well,
show
the
y'all
thing
that one.
is, just so you know, that there's a lot of speculation about Prophet Jones having some issues with people of the same persuasion. Um, and if you look at that red tinted picture,
Uh-huh.
right, that looks very peculiar, doesn't it?
It does. It does. It
Right.
does. It
He took a
does.
lot of pictures in things like that. The one right below it with the white, right? People would
Mm-hmm.
be
Oh,
drawn
that's a video.
mhm. And look at the one beside it to the left, right? The silk clothing. It's just a lot of things was very, very peculiar and kind of stuck out and stood out and just looked out all kinds of ways out. And the people took notice of it and they spoke about it, they talked about it, but nothing ever came out about it to my knowledge. But it's just very, very peculiar. Him, Mr. Grace, as well as Mr. Divine. Um, and it seemed that Mr. Grace was targeting various properties that these men owned so that he could do certain things, as you were saying earlier, to acquire the property that they had. In fact, one of the mansions that Mr. Grace had purchased was also a mansion that Mr. Divine had bought as well. He bought it from the estate. Uh, I can't remember whether it was a foreclosure or what, but he was in financial trouble, and Mr.
Mm-hmm.
Grace purchased it with cash, of course. But I think that one had 65 rooms in it,
Mm-hmm.
and it was.
It,
Go ahead.
no, I was gonna show some of these other screenshots that I had. This is the one that I was talking about with him with the guards sitting on that throne there. And I was scrolling down there on the right, and this is the last one that I have. I thought that was interesting there. I guess they're doing like a march while he's preaching or something. So looks
It
kind of like a
looks
love
like us.
march. Yeah, it
Exactly.
does. Mm-hmm.
How interesting is it that we have so many similarities between these other places,
Mm-hmm.
right? With that said, that's all I wanted to bring up so that we could actually chat it up about that. So we can go through the comments. We've kind of been touching on some of them already. You want to do that, sir? And see how quickly we can get through here? Let's see, we have, okay, starting from the top. Okay, we'd covered this. Charmaine, do you really think they're going to tell you when they're coming? And we were saying no. Of course, they're not. And I think Charmaine was pointing that out for the members to understand that you're not going to have a heads up at all for the authorities when they come in. They're simply going to come in, which is why it's important. And we've been echoing one another for the members to go and click on that link to scan the QR code, fill out the form. Don't forget to hit the submit button at the bottom and look for a thank you page. If you don't see a thank you page, then it did not submit, and you can just go back and redo that. It take less than 30 seconds, unless you want to write in a comment. But Brother Perry says, just imagine an organization with the bands and the choirs, and we talked about this again, and the hot links, and the Wilhelmina punches, and the fellowships and the marching band, however, without the garbage. Let's make it happen. And the lives of him and her, and that's exactly what it is we're looking for, to make it happen. Right? And you want to read through some of these, sir?
Yeah, and I was just talking, I was I couldn't figure out how to unmute. Lord have mercy. And it's just as easy as can be. I'm just clicking on all the wrong stuff. But yeah, I just got to figure out exactly where you are right now because we have some more come in. This is Eliza him and her. Oh wait, you know what? Yeah, it looks like we're at 2200, right?
Yes.
Solid. So yeah, if you click through them, that'd be good.
Okay.
Solid.
So let me go back down there.
I also want to encourage everyone, stick around because we actually still have that announcement that's getting ready to come out at the end.
Absolutely.
And so we're going to tell y'all about that at the end of the comments. And I'm sure there's going to be some comments about it. So you don't want to miss this surprise at the end. It's worth sticking around. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Solid.
Okay, I'm almost there. It's a lot. And I'm reminded now of this, what was that Big Head Blue Alien cartoon? Where that thing
Lord.
Almost there, maybe 2 more seconds, another second, and just
I don't know. Oh God. Is it an alien?
Yes. I can't remember.
Oh, is it Futurama? No.
Metro Man, Metrocity. Anyway, I'm gonna get my son to tell me this movie. Y'all would love this movie, but here we are with I Am the PR.
All right, so how about Malachi saying it was a sin if you don't walk in the walkathon? He did just say that.
Yeah,
that's a great point to bring up because he's a family member and he's rallying in the same way, just at a totally different house.
Yes,
so to me, it suggests that it is a family of like all hands on deck. It's an effort that everyone is engaged in order to counter something that is uncomfortable to them.
Yeah. What was that about? I think that was in Anacostia. Maybe
Anacostia. It sure was at John Taylor's. John Taylor.
Yeah. That was last week, and just a message, for the individuals who might not have obeyed the orders or followed the program of his father.
Yeah, because now you might be going to hell. And now do you have to come to the bishop and ask for forgiveness, or are you allowed to pray at home in your free time and he forgive you?
And some probably just wanted to walk around the block because it's their block, and some people like to walk, and they probably wanted to avoid paying a $25 registration fee just for walking around the block.
Hmm.
$50 if you're a pastor or elder. In fact, it was said, I hope that you paid your registration fee.
Uh-huh.
And my
That's what he
question was,
said.
what are you going to do if they
If
don't
they
pay?
didn't. Well, you know what they're gonna do. Matter of fact, let me tell you what they're gonna do, Brother Lewis. You want me to tell you what they're gonna do?
Uh,
Let's find out exactly what they're gonna do if you don't pay them their $25. Let's see what the auxiliary bylaws say.
woo, lock them up, lock them up.
All right, so right on over. Can I pull that out the way right quick? Let me see.
Yeah, I
Here we
got
are.
you.
Down here in Article 4, Section B, it says anyone who has been fined must pay his or her fine or go to jail and post a bond. He or she has the privilege, it's a privilege of
Mm-hmm.
attaining a unlicensed lawyer to appeal the case to the Supreme Court. Wow.
Mm, going
Wow.
to jail in the
Wow.
house of prayer, where you're
Did you
coming.
know that? Did you know that there's a policy and that might be what Malachi was alluding to? Like, hey, if you sinning, you ain't paying my $25 per member. I might send one of the guards to lock your tail up, take them mop buckets out that closet, and stick you in there and put a guard outside until you done made arrangements for your bond.
Matter of fact, he said that they would be checking on it. The council would be checking on it when they come
Oh,
to your state for convocation, right?
sounds like a threat.
Yeah, these things I tell y'all that people do not understand is being documented. And if it does not line up with the laws of the land, we're going to be having some problems.
Mm-hmm.
And we talked about that word earlier, felony. But many
Mm-hmm.
people, when I applied felony to certain things taking place outside, I did not intentionally draw attention to the other felony taking place. As little girls wave fans in their hands at the CEO, we showed online the other night that is a felony. The girls in the dresses, the shoe shine
Mm-hmm.
boys, the altar boys
Mm-hmm.
on platforms. And again, our purpose for doing all of this is to show the members what position you're putting yourself in when you don't know the law. I did this for 40 plus
Absolutely.
years. I too was subjecting myself to penalties for criminal activity that I did not know was criminal because I'm just following my spiritual father that I was indoctrinated to believe was my spiritual father, who, after
Mm-hmm.
all, is not my spiritual father.
Right.
Right. And we have all these members all over the place, this literally co signing for criminal
Mm-hmm.
activity, and you don't know that you're committing crimes. Turns
Yep.
out most everything in every service, and even going to and from the services, is a crime, believe it or not.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even go here, Golden Boy, but um,
Mm-hmm.
what do you think about pastors' offering being collected on a weekly basis also being a crime?
I mean, it's one of those things where it is what it is. And on top of that, really the pastors have figured out the they figured out how the bishop is doing it. So they're doing it themselves. They're just rinsing and repeating. They're doing the exact same thing. They're taking out funds that are undocumented, more than likely cash,
Right.
and they don't have to tell anybody anything.
That part. It doesn't matter when, it doesn't matter where. And if you even do an anniversary, and at the end of that night, the secretary takes out that pastor's tithes, right, and give it to that
Mm-hmm.
man. That man walks out of that building with it. That man has just committed a crime. And every single pastor
Yep.
organization has done it. I myself have done it. And I
Mm-hmm.
did not think about it at the time, and I should have, because I was trained
Mm-hmm.
to do taxes. And this is why it's a crime, because you're
Mm-hmm.
supposed to allow that money to be deposited into the accounts of the house of prayer. It will be documented, deposited, accounted for. And instead of taking that cash, you're supposed to have the secretary write you a check from the house of prayer
Mm-hmm.
so that you can cash that check. Now your offering has been accounted for, and you can now do your taxes as a result of that booked income statement,
Mm-hmm.
or you can have it go through a W 2 while they take out taxes themselves. And this is what the House of Prayer has not done at all, putting us again in a situation with the law, just like every single thing else. People,
Absolutely.
we need to wake up.
If
Uh,
you understand that what we are saying makes sense, and if you want to unite with the members that have already pledged to make sure that they are going to be around when the outside governing agencies come in, go ahead and scan that QR code so that we can make sure that we have all of you fully assembled, ready to take the reins from the outside governing agencies to show them, hey, we will not stand for you dissolving our organization, and we are willing to work together to make sure that we are in compliance with the laws of the land. If that is now your sentiment, then go ahead and give that QR code there a scan and make sure that you partner with the members who you already know and are affiliated with and love and spend time with all the time. You're going to be right there doing it with the same people sitting next to you every single Sunday. So you all might as well fix it.
right. And listen, I got a uh, message here from Zalika.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, my parents went to visit his church, talking about Prophet Jones. And
Mm.
he was something else. And I think that's a confirmation because, again, we saw pictures that Golden Boy had posted to show us how flamboyantly dressed he was. I can't
Mm-hmm.
imagine how he spoke, right? If you were there to
Right.
actually see him in person.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Someone else says, R. Smith, Madam did travel in North Carolina to different houses awarding individuals for their works in G class at
Mm.
that time. And I didn't know that. That was interesting. I actually went to her birthday uh, program. It was a program there in 6th and M Street where they honored her for her birthday celebration. Our first time being in our band, rather. Incidentally, that Mr. Cunningham actually assembled. I'd attended the house of prayer that he had come up with there in Salisbury, Maryland. We were there to see Mrs. Cunningham when she would make her way down with her father, Apostle Ray Crow, our pastor, of whom I took my hat off and honored him because that man really stood up for what's right. And he would very much disapprove of so very many things that if he were here today to see, he would not only disapprove of it, but he would adamantly speak out loudly and clearly about those things. Apostle Ray Crow was a man who, when he realized as a pastor that you did something wrong, you broke the law, in a house meeting, you had to come before the congregation and confess your faults
Come on.
and tell your story in front of everybody. If you had broken any of
Mm-hmm.
those laws as an elder, he would sit you down and make sure that you went before the house and also apologize for whatever that deed was, because the man quite simply believed in the fact that if you're going to be an example before these people, you better make sure that you are an example before these people. And that is what I tilt my hat off to him for, because of the man that he was, the man that I saw when it came to the company of Apostle Chandler, Apostle Robert Chandler out of Washington, D.C., him and his lovely wife, we saw as very highly esteemed individuals who literally walked before the people in the holiness that they proclaimed. I talked about Apostle Matt, James Matt, and his wife, missionary Christina Matt. Love them dearly. The same thing. They walked before the people. And in fact, it was them two that was knocking on doors in our neighborhood that witnessed to my mother that happened to cause her to go and visit the house of prayer that Sunday. And we lift them up because they meant what they were doing. Indoctrinated, yes, just like us, indoctrinated. But one thing about indoctrinated people, they really do believe from the bottom of their heart in what they're doing.
Absolutely.
You want to touch on that?
Well, it's just that, like, because I just said this the other night, for the amount of dedication that House of Prayer members have, House of Prayer members can be the perfect example of how to have a real relationship with the Son of our Heavenly Father, the Messiah, and Yeshua. And so if we could take that same energy and apply it to the love of Christ and apply, having that relationship where he lives in our hearts, Holy Spirit resides on the inside of us, we might actually have a perfect church. You know what I mean? So yeah.
Gotta walk it. Can't just talk it, right?
Absolutely. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Not looking for hearers only, but doers of the word. And I had gotten another message here. It says, "Peace, Brother Lewis. For your information, Elder Monroe preached an entire message about last night's videos pertaining to him. So he was hot. He mentioned that he received so many calls about what was said. And I have to say, I haven't had the time to
send us the recording. Matter of fact, I'm gonna put it on the screen, the address you need to send it to.
I haven't had the time to see other videos. We have been literally being able to catch up quite a bit while Golden Boy and Miss Mintz are able to cover information on their channel and allow the members to reach out to them as well. Sometimes they're not able to come. Quite frankly, everybody, we're dealing with just free time. And it's not even free time. We're just taking more time to cover information that we feel is necessary and it's important and that you would probably want to know about. So with that, everything that we're doing is pretty much voluntary. There's absolutely not a dime that we're getting from no one. Individuals don't understand that we actually have other responsibilities as well. You hear Golden Boy say all the time about Miss Mintz being a mother, and she tries to not take so much time away from her child. And sometimes,
absolutely.
Right? Sometimes we can hear her interaction with her child while she's still on here because she cares so much about putting this information out to you guys, even here with myself. So many responsibilities, and I can't even tell you all about Golden Boy, the amount of time he's putting in. Y'all don't even know that we have monitors and moderators behind the scenes that y'all never hear from. And they're devoting hours and hours and hours and hours of their time because we feel that this is so important that we're giving any amount of time necessary to do what it is that we're doing, because this information is upsetting to us as well as it is upsetting to you all when you receive it. It's not pleasant.
Mhm.
It's not always something that is nice and polite and sweet and dainty. Doesn't always smell good.
Mhm.
It doesn't always taste good coming out of our mouths, but it's so important that it needs to be told. And this is why whistleblowers are highly respected and covered by federal law, because the federal government appreciates it when people come forward to report individuals who are breaking laws, especially taking advantage of the public to do so. So, with all of that in mind,
Jesus Christ.
if we are working to make our way to heaven, like Mrs. Cunningham stated, then we would be mindful to do everything and not show favoritism, not turn people away from one another, but encourage each other to do as the Messiah did and listen to one another. If there's an opportunity to sit down and answer questions, well, let's come and sit down and answer questions. Even the Father himself said, come, let us reason together. And we've been trying to do this with Mr. Cunningham for now through going on 3 years. So here we are, still here, and we're trying. So Mr. Monroe or any other pastor or any other council member, we implore you all to stop doing what you're doing. Think about what you're doing. Consider what it is that you're doing, because this is not a game. I know that it's been treated like one for decades, especially in this organization. But now the hour is far spent. The show is coming to the close. We're about to call the final curtain, and the government is reviewing all this information.
They are.
If you all don't decide to come forward, if you all don't decide to work with this coalition, I'm telling you, you will regret it. It's better to work over here and figure out how you can utilize your information to help dig you up out of the hole that you dug yourself down into. We cannot tell you enough. Will there be penalties? Of course, there will be penalties. That's not our choice nor our decision to make. But working with the individuals that we are going to be working with, you stand a far better chance of being able to work something out if you
Absolutely.
then did roll
Because
dice.
you're
Go
on the
ahead.
side of right.
Yeah.
And it's documented. And you have protections against any upset or disgruntled leaders.
Woo.
And you have protections against them trying to get people to silence you
Yes.
or
Absolutely.
retaliating against you. Yeah.
Think about your families. Think about
Yeah.
all the other things that you're going to be losing besides your freedom.
Hmm.
And many of you, when you go in, there will be no possible chance of coming out.
Yep.
RICO cases, I think, yeah, we did show on here the longest sentence time so far in the history of this country, if I'm not mistaken, is 545 years awarded to one person.
Mm-mm.
And then there was an error. They discovered an error and they took time off of that sentence. You remember how much time they took off?
Mm-mm. No, I don't.
5 years.
Stop. Stop, bro.
They reduced their sentence from 545 years,
Oh my goodness.
540 years.
Mm, mm.
People,
Wow.
you need to come forward. So
Mm-mm.
anyway, we'll continue with the comments.
Indeed.
Uh, someone said, sounds like you have to pay for a healing. But what about the woman who had the issue of blood for 12 years?
Oh,
She didn't give the Messiah one single dime.
let's talk about that then.
Wow.
Let's talk about it
Yeah.
because there's someone on YouTube that made a poster here.
Okay.
And
Ah,
you know what I mean?
yeah.
So
Yeah.
I think that this is very creative and I think that
Absolutely.
it is right on time. I have the credit down here at the bottom of the channel on YouTube where we found this. And I mean, that's what you're talking about right here,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I mean, I mean, all
What's
right,
that say?
moving on, move.
5 minute
It's
prayers for $5, 10-minute prayer,
mm-hmm.
$10, healing for $25. Addis,
Oh, hold on. Wait a minute now. They might be on to something.
you see it?
You give me $25, I'm gonna heal you by making you walk around the sanctuary.
Uh-oh.
That was a little
Eh,
prophetic there, wasn't it?
yeah, it was concerned about my children's health, right?
Mm, mm, mm,
Mm.
mm,
The Premium's Blessing, Premium from Daddy's Club is subscription, $5,000 per year.
mm-hmm.
Isn't that the price now to walk down that red carpet?
Something like that. It's something absurd. I know it's several $1,000s, and I would have said three. It's so much information, but something did change to 3,000 if I'm not mistaken, and it might be something that's 5,000. I'm not sure. It's
Yeah,
just a
no, you're
bunch of
right.
mess.
It was at 3,000
Hmm.
to walk down the red carpet announcement weekend, and that was increased from 3,000 to 5,000 white thousand.
Oh no, I did not know
5,000.
that. Wow.
Yeah. And for the auxiliaries to get a number, that was increased to 10,000. And that used to be 5,000, if I'm not mistaken. But they go on to say my
Yikes.
birthday, huh?
I said yikes.
They go on to say my birthday and holidays, $100 plus. And if my children can't afford it, then leave my kingdom. This is
Wow.
to the UHOP, not UHOP, YouTube page. UHOP Needs Truth
Oh
2024,
yeah. Let me put
right?
it back up so you can. Yeah, you were calling out their page.
Yes, UHOP
I'll
Needs
put
Truth.
it back up so they can see it there at the
Mhm.
bottom. Might be a little hard to see, but
Yeah,
yeah, UHOP needs truth 24.
24, 24. And you're going to be surprised when you go to this page because you're going to hear different sound bites and different clippings of different speeches that Mr. Cunningham gave over the
Hmm.
last 2.5 years. They're
Absolutely.
not able to do as much as they would like to do because right now they're getting involved into their career. But this is an individual who's been in the house of prayer, if I'm not mistaken, all of their lives. Kudos to them. Hats off. They just finished graduating college early this year. They graduated, and now they're getting in and wrapped up with their profession. So hats off to them as well. But this was very telling, and it's just spot on, quite frankly. Um, and here we just talked about that. So when we go back to the comments, that's right. I am the PR. That was the People's Temple. That's what that was. What was that? Jim Jones. He was the pastor and the founder of the People's Temple. As what they're talking about. We were talking about him earlier. You talked about him with the comment people be saying today, don't drink the Kool-Aid, right? Um, and here we have the lies of him and her. All information submitted is protected under whistleblower laws and Governance Act. Information is strictly confidential and will be handled securely. You're going to continue to hear us talk about this over and over and over as we continue with the numbers. Here, I Am the PR says that Debbie used to talk and laugh about people when she was at 8th Street along with Jimmy McCullough. Whoo! Yeah.
Well, you know, since y'all bring up Jimmy McCullough, the only thing that's saving him tonight is that we are on an open fellowship.
Yeah. And, you know, we remember so many people and very, 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 very close, so very close to these individuals. And that's the thing, you know, the camaraderie that we had, the memories that we had, the experiences that we had as we came together to simply enjoy one another's company while doing what we thought was lifting up, exalting and praising and worshiping the Most High. And this is why this is so disheartening, because we've learned that the entire time we were a part of a sham, a scam, a scandal, a scheme, bamboozled, hoodwinked, tricked, conned, taken, not mistaken. I don't want to sound like, you know, those rhyming pastors be coming out. And can I get a witness here?
Oh Lord.
I remember Jesse Jackson. That man was such an eloquent speaker. Man, he could speak in his delivery and his oratory. But Grateful for It All says, can we, where we are, can we talk about Jesus instead of talking about past and current leaders? Well, the problem, Grateful for It All, yes, we can, absolutely. But the purpose in doing what we're doing is, once again, to bring awareness to everybody that's here in the organization. And I've still talked to some individuals today who still don't understand the purpose of the channel. In fact, what was that? 2 nights ago, we had somebody come on and they began to jump down our throats, really, because they thought we were coming at the House of Prayer and they didn't know we were members. They thought that we were obsessed, right? Wasn't that the word, obsessed?
Yeah,
Obsessed,
that's
obsessed?
that was the what she said. But after, you know, just a couple minutes of simple dialogue, she had a complete understanding that she, you know, was late in the conversation, and that she, you know, okay, well, let me hear what you guys actually are saying.
Right.
And she engaged with us, and you know, it was great.
And that's
Definitely.
exactly what happens all the time. We've actually had people come on to blast us, but only after listening for a little bit, we kind of pull them over to this side and they start saying, well, wait a minute. Yeah, that does make sense. And that's our only hope, that we can get individuals in the organization to open up their eyes. Now, here's the thing, while talking about that, I am done. Now, Mr. Golden Boy and Miss Mintz and others, they're still going to be talking about different things and bringing things to your attention. However, I'm not going to be showing a lot of evidence anymore and any documents anymore, because we've done way more than enough. And now that we've gone over laws and statutes and regulatory procedures, the members should know by now. And so now we're pulling the cake out of the pan and we're putting it on. You remember how they used to decorate on a cardboard box, right? You cut that cardboard out, right? And put it up, and you put that.
Some of those gingerbread houses were nothing but cardboard with icing on top of it and some sprinkles, to be honest. So yes, I know all too well.
And you put it up and you spread the icing. You got to pile the icing on top, and then you kind of spread it from the middle out to the outer edges. Well, we're at
Mm-hmm.
that point where we're doing that first layer, right? And then the second
Mm-hmm.
layer, and then the third. And by the time you smooth it all down and you corner those edges around the top, then you
Mm-hmm.
begin to get elaborate with the decorations. Well, what we're now doing is we're getting ready to pull out all the tools necessary to shape the icing and color the icing, and we're making it real sweet and pretty, and maybe with some sprinkles
Mm-hmm.
on it, so that when we're done, the members, they can see when we bring that cake out and we present it. The members, what? Yes, this is what we've been working on. What?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it's right here,
Yeah.
right? And you
Yeah.
all are going to love it. Well, I'm sorry, not all, but most will love it. If you are part of what's been going on, you're not going to like it so much. If you've been working along with and supporting these things that's been taking place, you're not going to like this cake so much. But the thing is that the cake is being finished up, and we are hoping to bring it out sometime relatively soon. So with all that, people have been getting geared up for this 100-year convocation season,
Mm-hmm.
and some people even excited about the announcement weekend already. Looking forward to the
Mm-hmm.
announcements. They're going to walk. Well,
Mm-hmm.
we'll see if we can have some cake uh, before all of these things actually take place. So we'll see. Um,
And we
but
shall.
uh, this is how I feel. Oh, here it is about her speech. And this is from Frankie. Um, oh, boy.
Yeah.
And this is the People's Temple, is what they were talking about. Um,
Okay.
with, and Brother Perry was helping us out. No, not the same Jones. I'm not familiar with the first one. Uh, I thought I'd seen a lot of the pictures of the second one, and that's why I was also wondering myself. Thank you there. Michael Williams says that Muslims, they say the same thing, Muslims. And I think that's peace and grace is what we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and when it
They do
comes,
say peace.
they just say peace.
Well, I don't think I'm not saying they just say peace, but I know they do say peace.
Okay. Okay. And this is interesting because all these different factions, and we're not with one another, but we are with one another, kind of. And Mr.
Mm-hmm.
Cunningham said that we're Muslim. He said we're Methodist, we're Baptist, we're Presbyterian, we're Jehovah's Witness. Went down the list, Catholic, and I thought, how?
Well, maybe he's trying to say we're of the Abrahamic faith. I'm maybe I'm trying to find a little bit of grace for him, but I'm reaching for sure.
And that's another um, interesting point because there was something that was sent to me a little bit ago, and I got to go back and find it because someone sent me a clip where Mr. Farrakhan
Hmm.
said the exact same thing that Mr. Cunningham said.
He did, but I've actually spoken to Mr. Farrakhan um, a few times online.
Hmm.
Great gentleman from what I've seen in I've reached out to him in messages and he's always been like, and you know it's him.
Oh yeah,
Okay, but
yes, sir.
you know it's him if you've ever reached out to him, okay?
Uh-huh.
So but yeah, he did. I did see that clip where he said that. And I mean, that's what I'm thinking. I heard someone say, I can't remember who it was, years and years ago, they said that a day will come where you won't be able to tell the difference between the church and the mosque. Now, maybe so, maybe not. But you know that I mean it seems to be that that day is already here because look at what we have here.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, I mean, even today, if you look at how Minister Farrakhan runs his service, it's a lot like what's the other gentleman we like um that that talk
Gino,
about Daddy Grace? Yeah, Gino.
Gino Jennings.
You know, yeah, so
Uh,
Gino Jennings' service is set up a lot like
liar.
uh like Minister Farrakhan's
Am I
church.
right?
You know what I mean? They mirror
Yeah.
each other like I mean, they are just exactly alike, you know. So even a lot of times in their delivery, how they talk, you know,
Read it,
so
Steve. Read it.
yeah. I
I'm a
mean,
little
I'm
slow
just
there this morning.
saying. You know, so but folk ain't paying attention to those little minute details. But I don't know how we could miss that. But yeah.
Yeah. And uh, B. Mebderman said, Pastor, we all know that's not true. I think that was about, what part was that?
Hmm.
When I look and I see your actions, I think, I ask myself, I thought I knew who your father was. Either that part
Mm.
or to imply, right? Because it's been said, even by him, that I'm Satan or I'm a product of, or, even one of the
Hmm.
pastors at one point in time on the road in his presence for a service, he compared me to Simon the sorcerer in the book of
Oh God. Oh
I have
God.
bewitched the people, and it's so crazy. In fact, the way that these scriptures are being twisted around, you can't make this
Hmm.
up. Uh, the lies of him and her. You want to read some of these, or
Yep, I'm finna put up a message though to the members of Charlotte number two.
okay, dope.
You know, please feel free to email today's sermon. You know, email me that Dropbox because one thing about it, if I'm saying it out here. You know, so you know, if he wants to have the conversation, I want to hear what he had to say since he was so fiery from the pulpit today. I started to come actually, but I just didn't feel like it. I'm tired, you know. So yeah, send that to our Reform and Governance email address so that we can have the conversation tomorrow. And I'll invite him up if he would like to come up.
Absolutely. And that goes out to anyone and everyone, even those who have a desire to complain. Um,
Absolutely.
you want to disagree with something that we've shared or that we've said, or call us out or correct us. We're live, and we extend the opportunity as well as the invitation to call on in. You don't have
Hmm.
to, make comments on TikTok or Facebook or text messages. And we have the opportunity here for you to come on and let's chat it up. Call us liars, correct our information, fix whatever it is that you believe that we've misspoken on or what have you.
Yeah.
I'd love to have you. What about
It's
you?
been several people that have come on to come into the conversation and been very angry, and we've been able to reason very well. And if I'm having my comedic commentary and we need to have a serious conversation or a sensitive conversation, all you got to do is go back and look at what I've done. You know, it's one thing to act to be highly, you know, passionate with a lot of emotion. And it's a whole quiet, quiet, quiet. And it's a whole nother thing to actually be going through a post-traumatic stress event where you know, you've just lost all control. But at the end of the day, you know, I mean, I'm from Charlotte. I'm from Piedmont Court. And folk in Charlotte know how folk in Charlotte is. You know, so yeah, yeah.
Just let us know. There was
Let us
somebody who
know. We
wanted to
can
do
reason with you.
it. I can't remember which one, and made a comment that we needed to stop. Oh, that's right. Act right. Act right. Act right. Um, but act right. Yeah. If you're out there, let us know, man. And or I'm sorry. I don't know whether that's male or female. But let us know if you want to come on. We can send you a link and have you join the panel. If you want to pop up your camera so we can see you and you can see us while we chat it up, talk it out. Um, we are 100% transparent. Anything that we're not sure of, we're going to say it. Anything that we are certain of, we're going to say it. Sometimes we're certain of things that are not quite true. And those things that we're certain on, we're not that certain about. Look at the 40 years of indoctrination,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So true. So true. So
Yeah.
true.
So, yeah, just
By the
come.
way, I just want to say, since
Yep.
we've gotten on tonight, we've actually had 40 people or so to actually scan the QR code. And so I just want to say thank you all for rocking out. Right now, we have 65 people that are on between all the platforms, but that's kind of been fluctuating. So it's actually been more people that have been watching. So I just want to encourage everyone to make sure that you screenshot the screen, to scan that thing later from your other device, or whatever the case is. But nonetheless, make sure that you are one of the many that are making themselves available to stand shoulder to shoulder, flat footed, as we say, 10 toes down, to show the outside governing agencies that we refuse to allow the United House of Prayer for All People to just vanish into thin air because of the actions of our leaders. You
Hmm.
know what? Outside governing agencies, if they cannot do it right, we, the members, will do it right. Hey, we don't even know how to do it, but we'll make ourselves available for those that are going to be able to come in and show us the way. Maybe there will be some, since we have all of these finances, maybe the organization will be able to hire the people to come in and teach you all how to properly do it. See what I mean? So if you
Mm.
just make yourself available, if you just make yourself available, everything else will work itself out. But if you do nothing, you and I will have absolutely nothing. So please scan the QR code. Make sure that the United House of Prayer is able to stay around for the generations to come.
And with that, by a house of prayer, for those of you who have been disgusted by many of the things that you've heard, we are talking about the corporation
The corporation.
because
Absolutely.
that is the nonprofit.
Yep.
So, just like us, we are doing everything that we can to save the non-profit.
Yep.
And just like, we've been trying to point out to everybody here, apparently we have been led by non-profits.
Oh, that was a good one. Okay, okay, all right. Right on time, right on time.
But with that said, look at this one coming from the lives of him and her. Prophet Jones, James F. Jones, was a 1940s Detroit religious leader known for large healing revivals, luxury lifestyle, and controversial influence. He drew big crowds, but also criticism. And that's what I was talking about regarding how flamboyant his appearance was with his choice of clothing. Um,
Right.
and I don't know whether it has something to do with the services or whatever, but it stood out. Um, B. Mevdeman reminding us of what we were talking about earlier. The worst one in is better than the best one out. Lies, lies, lies. Brother Perry says that this was a time that the black people were open game. Yeah, back then it was still true, right?
Mm-hmm.
That people of color were under still situations where they were not either allowed education
Jim
or
Crow.
they're still struggling, right, to break that barrier. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I think, you had Jim Crow, you had all kinds of things that were going on that were put in place to, you know, um, put us at a disadvantage, to say the least,
Yeah.
And I mean, the people were looking for a way out. And I think we overlook oftentimes the era that we are talking about. These people they had nothing. And
Yeah.
then to be able to come into contact with a group of people and they call you a maid and they call you queens and they give you a uniform. And do you know how grandiose that would have made them feel after coming out of the Great Depression and then
Hmm.
feeling like you are coming into something with a little bit of nothing that you have, just scraping up pennies to get by? My goodness. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm.
And matter of fact, that reminds me of that last sound bite where he talked about, people trying to save money and tuck it away. I'm not going to touch it.
Oh yeah.
Then he said, you get the feeling some joy, and all of a sudden you find yourself digging and pulling out those
Mm-hmm.
socks and going to the corner of your wallets. It's just this.
The worst part about it is the members in the background are saying every time, "Yep, you're right." I mean that make you feel like how the cartoons used to do years ago,
right.
80s and 90s, or like Yosemite Sam or whoever it was. They pick up one of the characters by their foot, like Daffy Duck or something, hold them upside down, shake them real good,
Yeah.
all the change, the daggone the little analog alarm clock with the bell in it, you know, a pair of boots might even fall out. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like what in the world? Y'all are really doing a shakedown.
And that was the craziest thing because they would do that with it was that Daffy Duck.
Yeah.
We would wonder where's all this money and change coming from because
He
he
ain't got no pockets.
got no pockets, he ain't got no pants. Oh boy. In
Yep.
fact, Zalika would like to say hello, everybody. 1 second.
Hello.
Let me see if she's available.
You want me to put the link in the chat?
You can. Let me check with her now. Hello, Zalika. How are you?
Hey, fighting you.
Doing very well. Golden Boy said, would you like a link so you can join us on the panel tonight, or would you want to do that later and stay on the phone?
You mean just stay on the phone with you? Can they hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay.
You want to stay on the phone, or you
Okay,
want to
yeah,
join the panel?
I'll stay on the phone. I'll stay on the phone and I'll join the panel maybe later.
Okay. So
Solid.
this is Zalika Jaha Peace. You've seen her making comments on the comment section on the side, everybody. So hello and welcome,
Hello.
Zalika.
Welcome.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Anything you'd like to
Mhm.
share, say? You want a few moments?
Yes, I am so excited about what you are doing because I mean everything that you and Golden Boy have been saying, Miss Mintz, we have been saying the same thing about all of these controlled religious organizations. And if people would just go and take a look at some of these sanctified holiness churches, a lot of times we don't want to believe that there's similarities, but there are.
Yes.
You've been saying, we were told the same thing. The worst in the organization that I was affiliated with was better than the worst was in ours was better than the best out there that weren't members. We were told that we had the word, other people just had the letter. And some of them got mad and said, well, without the letter, you wouldn't have the word.
Do you mind sharing with them, or you want to hold off for now? But where you're talking about what she's not a member of the House of Prayer, was not ever a member of the House of Prayer. She's talking about the place she was affiliated with. Do you want to share that now, or you want to hold out until later?
I'm gonna hold off because Golden Boy said something last night, and I said, and you were so spot on because I had thought about that, and I said I don't want to give them any ideas either.
Right.
And stuff, you know. And I had asked Minister Lewis, what did you all call your biological male parent in the house? Because the organization that I grew up in, nobody calls their male parent daddy. We were told that daddy was a goat, and no disrespect to your organization.
Right.
Everybody in our organization calls their male parent papa. Nobody says father or daddy. And the control was just out of this world.
Can you share with them what you had told me about, and I'm not laughing at the situation, I was just surprised, and I told her this, that it sounds even more controlled than what they do in the House of Prayer, and it took me by, I mean, I was taken back. But can you share with them what you had told me about the marriage process or the arranged marriages from time to time?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they would put couples together. They would, like I said, and they supposedly had stopped, but I had heard here recently they put a couple together. And in the organization that I grew up in, if you talk to anybody outside of that organization, it was considered lewdness with the beast, and you were excommunicated.
Wow.
Not a blackout, but lewdness with the
wow.
Anybody outside of that organization was considered a beast. And they had a home for unwed mothers, which was called Dinah's Retreat. And they did a lot of in-house adoptions. And most of these babies were from ministers within.
See this same type of thing going on. And how many of you members of House of Prayer knew that every single one of us out here were considered beasts by individuals who are being told that they have the one man in the land or the leaders in the land, right? Because some places don't just have one, some places have several.
Yes.
But there was something else that you had shared, and I thought it was just crazy when I heard it. But you want to touch on also that back row?
The back seat?
Yes.
Oh, the back seat is the last bench in the church. Most other places I've heard, they call it the mourner's bench. But the organization that I grew up in, the last bench in the church is considered the back seat. And if you do anything, it's public shaming. If you do anything against the rules and regulations, you are placed on the back seat. They cannot talk to you after service. You are supposed to leave immediately.
Not excommunicated, but isolated.
Yes. Yes.
Right. So
the women, I mean, the control, I was talking to the third Supreme Bishop's oldest daughter. We had became very good friends before she passed away. And she was older than me. She shared a lot of things. You know, the women weren't allowed to do hysterectomies. They couldn't do birth control because they were growing the organization from within. And anybody that had 12 children, say if you had 12 children, your children were considered the tribe of Israel, and you did not have to pay tithes.
Oh, y'all hearing this? No tithes, because the tithes are being used to provide and take care of your family and your household. If you
no, they didn't take care of you, because the same thing in that one, they didn't help anybody, and if they did give you a loan, you had to pay it back, even though you had paid your tithes. You had to pay that money back. and they did something what they call rally, spring sacrifice, and you had to give. And like one of the ministers, when I lived in another state, they wanted me to be the Sunday school teacher, and he got up talking about give till it hurt. And I was like, oh, no, I don't do self-inflicted pain.
Give till it hurt. We've heard that one before.
Mm-mm.
Right. But I meant when you said 12 children or more, that they don't have to pay
You didn't have,
tithes.
it's like,
They get to keep that
if you
money,
had
right?
you got to keep that money, that
Right.
10%, you got to keep it. You didn't have to pay tithes. But all the other obligations you did have to give.
And what was it that you referred to your leader as?
Father,
And you said something about the supreme.
the supreme bishop. But that didn't come into play to after the founder passed away, because the founder called him either reverend or bishop. But the
Hold on, Reverend who?
second leader, they either called him reverend or bishop.
Okay.
But the second successor, maybe one of his loyalties came up with the title Father. And when he comes in, the music stops and everybody stands up.
When he walks in the door, the
Yes.
music stops. Ours walk in the door, the music kicks up.
Mhm.
No. and he has a chair, a throne. You know, he is the fourth, because they're on their fifth, and the fourth one told them, quit telling people I'm God. I am not God. I am your spiritual advisor.
I'd like to see these leaders in a arm wrestling match.
Mhm.
see how that
Yeah.
would go.
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
But were you also baffled by the number of similarities that we had? I know you said that earlier, but was there anything else that actually stood out? Do y'all have water hose baptisms at all, or
No, they don't. They actually have a pool. You know, that they had actually stopped doing that for a while and stopped baptizing and everything, and they did more like consecration. And excuse me, there was a scripture in the Bible, I can't remember who that was, that brought their child up after they were weaned from either the breast or the bottle. So they would do consecration, and after you were weaned, the child was weaned, they would bring them up and they would consecrate them, and then they would give them like a monetary gift. The girls got more than the boys, and it was called bounty money.
bounty?
Now go figure.
Snap.
Wow.
Okay. Now, Golden Boy, I'm going to be sharing her number with you. She wanted to reach out to you. I didn't have the time while we were talking, just so you know. So she's going to be reaching out. We have something that we're
Solid.
going to be doing. And if I'm not mistaken, Zalika, we're looking to perhaps try to put something together with individuals from various denominations or places of worship so that we can kind of collaborate stories and share experiences and see how similar they are or hear different testimonies. Is that what we were looking at doing sometime down the line?
Oh, yes, because the Jehovah's Witnesses, JWs, they're going through the same thing. My brother interviewed with them, and they were saying that they were told the same thing, that their worst was better than the world's best. And they were saying, so many similarities.
Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yes.
Just gets more and more interesting. It sounds like these leaders perhaps are having meetings that we didn't know anything about also.
See, I often wondered about that. I did, if they met up and maybe exchanged notes, because it's just so many similarities. And I've shared, some of your videos that I've seen on YouTube before I came. I'm going to say this before the Most High brought me to your page with some of the church services that some of your members had shared. And I shared it with some of the people at the organization that I used to belong to. And they was like, wow, there's so many similarities and stuff. And I told them, I said, because I've seen some of the members and you have, they would literally cuss people out about, your picture.
Fight. Mm-hmm.
I've seen them, and the ones in the organization, they will fight you as far as
Mm-hmm.
father and stuff. And I was laughing when one of your videos I was watching the lives and stuff, and I said, now see, where I grew up at, we had some OGs. We had some pistol toting OGs that didn't play
Mm-hmm.
by theirs.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I have been in
Mm-hmm.
several cuss praises and fisticuffs and tambourine
Mm-hmm.
tussles
Yeah,
because they
Mm-hmm.
didn't play about their children.
some people know what you're talking about, some people don't. And what she's saying is the
Mm-hmm.
indoctrination is so real, the love for these leaders is so real that you didn't mind getting into some tussles, getting down and
Mm-hmm.
dirty, taking
Oh,
your.
Yep.
no. They would fight about their children. A lot of them did not allow that. They didn't play that because when my parents were sent to Michigan and my pop, he seen some of the stuff that they were doing. He told them that they ought to be ashamed of themselves and stuff, chasing after these young girls. He said, I got two coming up. He said, a lot of y'all done been hunting with me, and you know when I shoot, I don't miss.
Ooh.
Oh, you're
I
talking
get
about
what you're saying now.
the children.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, snap. Okay.
Ooh.
Well, Golden Boy, do you have anything off the top of your head that you want to know from Zalika? Her brother actually has a platform. Is that right?
Yes. And see, the same thing that you all, they won't bother him because they know that he's telling the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I've actually I've been over to your brother's platform too. So yep. I've checked him out. I just need to dive more into it deeper.
All right. And
But
then what I'll share with you about Prophet Jones. My parents went to his church in Detroit because we had a neighbor that
Mhm.
belonged to his church, and Prophet Jones had took his son, who was sickly, and took their son from them, and took him to his house and called himself praying over him. And my pop made him go get his son, and so because he
Mhm.
wasn't getting any better. And when they went to his church, they said he locked the doors when you got in there. He had guards. He had a step that went the stairs and the stairs didn't go up under $10. An older lady fell asleep in church. He told her to wake her up. She did not fall asleep in his church and made her sit on the floor in the aisle.
oh God.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. Some of
Oh,
them
he
were
was worse than Daddy Bailey.
Yeah, some of them were something else. They really were. And see, and you know what? I want to say this and stuff. When you were saying about the rumors and the organization that I grew up in, they had a board that they called the Ramblers Board. And if I went and told them, oh, well, I seen Golden Boy coming out the liquor store and stuff, they were going to ramble. They were going to find out if it was the truth.
Oh.
Mm-mm.
Yes, because I had one, I don't remember what he called me in the office for, a bishop. It might have been my children's father. And he said, well, you know, I'm on the Ramblers Board. I said, okay, well, if that's what you do, ramble on.
Oh.
The Ramblers Board.
Yes.
Well,
Wow.
hopefully we'll be able to come together and do a lot.
Mhm.
Also, Golden Boy, you probably won't need to research anymore about her brother because, like I said, I'll be forwarding her number, and then when you guys
Solid.
speak, she'll probably put you in touch with her brother. They both, in fact, he has no problem speaking with us either. That's correct, right?
Mhm.
No, not at all.
Right. So
Solid.
yeah, you'll be able to just talk directly with them. And we were looking at doing this sometime
Sweet.
pretty soon.
Mhm.
And with that in mind, is there any other questions that you had, Golden Boy, or that you had some?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes. So now our organization is called the United House of Prayer for All People.
Mhm.
What I noticed today came up in my feed is the so far it's only been 3 parts, maybe it's only 3 parts, but there's a documentary on Apple TV and it's also on Amazon Prime. And it's about a cult called House of Prayer in Florida. And the leader of this organization, her name is Mother Anna.
Right.
And she's the founder that started imprisoning children, beating them, starving them, locking them in basically cages. And she was responsible for the death of children in her ministry. Some starved to death, some beat to death. So,
Mhm.
as a matter of fact, a lot of people confuse this organization with that organization, and I find myself often telling people we have nothing to do with them at all. But
Mhm.
like what is it? Even that is such a similarity to me. Even the one lady in Salt Lake City, who's on Netflix with the documentary as well, from the Real Housewives, the cult of the Real Housewives. Even her, I think her grandmother, as a matter of fact, I know she did. She started walking across the country in 1961, if I'm not mistaken, right after Bishop Grace died from, she walked from Indianapolis to Salt Lake City. But I think she got it from the House of Prayer. But I think what I'm getting at is like there's a science behind this that someone has figured out. There's like a formula to this. And so obviously now it's just being passed along. But like, do you think these folks from back then, do you think it was like a coalition of like, is this like some type of um secret society that these leaders were associated with? Like, because this isn't the only organization. There's another organization too, that I found that started right before the house. It might be y'all's organization. Is y'all's founder a female?
No. Are you talking
Okay.
about Jewel Dominion, Mother Tate?
That might be the name.
Yeah.
They had a woman founder, then another woman. It's been more women. Right now, I think they have an elderly woman that as a leader that might have just died a couple years ago or something like that. But
And Golden Boy, are you talking about
mhm.
the one that actually had a child that died while with her in her care?
Oh yes, yeah.
Okay.
Little baby Moses. That's the one, the House of Prayer down there in Florida. That one's called um her name was Mother Anna.
Mother Anna.
Yeah, I
Okay.
seen that. I seen that video. But
Yeah.
the other one, if you're talking about Mother Magdalene Tate, she started what is that, Jewel Dominion, Ground Pillar of Truth or something like that. I shared that with you. They consider themselves the keeper of the sacred steel, the steel guitar.
Oh, tell me her name again, Mother what?
Magdalene Tate. We visited her
I
one of their
think
churches in Detroit.
Mother Magdalene Taylor or Tate.
Tate, Tate. Yeah, Tate. But to answer your question,
Mhm.
there's so many of them that I do believe is somewhat of a secret society. Excuse
House
me.
of God. That's what it is. Yep. Absolutely. So Mother Mary Magdalene Lewis Tate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So she established the House of God as well, I guess.
I
So
would
I
have to
was
go
I
back
was
and
kind of looking at them, but I didn't really get a chance to dive into it. And they actually have, if this is the one that I'm talking about, they are on their fifth leader as well, but I believe they were founded in like 1907. So no biting puppy. So
That's the
I
dog,
had
y'all.
read I had read where a lot of them went to see this voodoo priest in Louisiana. Even the one that started Church of God in Christ.
New
oh
Orleans.
yeah, I
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't be surprised.
Mm-hmm. Now, you have a comment on here He had his congregation to meet him at Belle Isle because he told them he was going to walk the water. Can you tell us more about that?
That was Prophet Jones. Prophet Jones. He had his congregation. There's a part in Detroit called Belle Isle, and he had them to meet him at that Belle Isle because he told them that he was going to walk the waters. And when he got there, he asked them if they believed that he could do it, and they said yes, sir. And he asked them like 2 or 3 times, and he said, "That's all I need." Got back into his limousine and left.
Wasn't there something, Golden Boy, with Mr. where Mr. Grace?
My God!
They said that he did that, but they found a wooden platform. And now I think they got the story wrong because there was a pastor who told this story about this. And then the person said that after the pastor talked about it, after he talked about it, he said he stepped out on the water and the people said that the waves look funny. So they found that those boards that somebody had built the platform where they could only see like the front end on the picture, the camera shot. But they said that he mistook that story for Mr. Grace. It was somebody else that they talked about. I'm laughing because these pastors with all these tricks trying to get people to believe in them, like the guy with the cable ties behind his jacket and looped into his belt. And you can see his pants while he's hoisted up in the air. Just the foolery, the buffoonery. But when looking at these things today versus where you were yesterday, Zalika, what do you think when you think about how indoctrinated we were believing these things versus now that you've stepped back to see what's really going on?
Well, you know what? We have more access to the internet now,
right?
And we can look up. We information is at hand, you know. And you have those people. I think someone mentioned Stockholm syndrome last night on Golden Boys live. And another thing is that ostrich syndrome. People will bury their head and they know the truth, but they don't want to hear the truth. And but the ones who do the research and know it, because see, just like the one that started the organization that I was in, well, it wasn't until after he passed away that all of these mythical unicorn stories came out. You know, oh, he slept in the woods and he ate grass and the sky was his cover and stuff, you know, but none of this was he was alive. Yeah.
They try to attribute the biblical attributes to the men of God. To these men. Oh boy. And Golden Boy, did you have any other questions?
No, I'm whole.
And Zalika, did you have any thing else? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off and start bombarding you with questions, but was there something else you wanted to share or say or comment on?
You know, I just think is what I feel like I said, the Most High led me to your page, because I came to your page first because, like I said, the third Supreme Bishop, his daughter had mentioned your organization to me because she said that she worked with someone that went to UHOP, and the person asked her to go shopping with her for the convocation and everything and stuff, and was sharing with her that they couldn't wear colored undergarments and stuff. And I'm like, what? And stuff, you know, so that's when I started looking at, you know, UHOP.
What? Huh?
Yeah. She said that one of the members of UHOP told her that they couldn't wear colored undergarments.
Oh my God! I ain't never heard that before. What they do?
Yeah, that part wasn't true. We have some stories, you know. Unfortunately,
that's the Mormons.
Yeah,
the Mormons had to wear them white holy undergarments.
Yeah, the ones that
I've talked to some of them too. I've talked to some of them too, and how they get disfellowship from their family if they leave and everything, stuff, you know. And even the one that I grew up in, they were told that if you leave, no good is going to come to you.
Mm-hmm.
Stay in the house of prayer.
Right, right. Whatever you do, don't
Yeah,
leave.
Mm-hmm.
That's
yeah.
that fear
And they
tactic. Uh-huh.
and they tell them, if you go down, uphold this church.
Mm,
Mm-mm.
the lies and the manipulation of it all.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
see,
It's mind control. It's mind control and manipulative wordplay.
Mm-hmm.
we can come together like this, as we're supposed to, as we should, because quite frankly, people of all walks of life, all age groups, all ethnicities, all nationalities, all races, all backgrounds, all education levels, all professions, right? All
Mm-hmm.
political affiliations. Um, Many people are quite simply, quite frankly, looking for the truth.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes.
the only thing is, we've stumbled across somebody who fed us philosophy, false indoctrination, or a false interpretation. And we didn't know any better. So we took it, we ate it, and we grew off of that inside that religious system. And
Yes.
that's what put us where we are, where we can't even come together, though all of us profess to know the Father and we all profess to know the Son, but we
Mm-hmm.
can't come together because everybody else are a devil when we are the real ones, right? Um,
Yes.
so we have the opportunity, and everyone in here, to scan that QR code so that we can save our non-profit, the
Yes.
non-profit. Because once we do that, the house of prayer, for you all that don't understand, it is literally, you may not understand what I'm about to say, but you will, because the United House of Prayer for All People, it is literally beyond saving.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot save it from a legal perspective, from a political perspective, from an
Wow.
intellectual perspective. You
Come on.
cannot save the United House of Prayer for All People. There's so much damage that has been done that the
Mm-hmm.
name alone rings volumes of negative overtones and undertones
Mm-hmm.
throughout this entire country and in many parts of the world.
Mm-hmm.
You can't save it. To say that name brings instantly, to people who know of the founder and the things that he has done and the successors and the things that they have done to destroy communities, to destroy households, to destroy families, to destroy people's lives. It carries so much negativity, it is beyond saving. So the nonprofit that we're looking to save can be salvaged, reestablished, rebranded, right? Refurbished to like new condition, to where anyone looking at it will understand this can't be the United House of Prayer for All People, because we do everything different. We do everything the opposite of. And once those doors open up to the world, anybody can come in, and no
Mm-hmm.
matter from what walk of life, we can all fellowship, talk about, discuss the word together, because there is only one creator
Mm-hmm.
who's trying to reach out to all men and gave his son to all the world, that whosoever within and on this planet that believes in him would have not only the same right, but receive the same reward, which is eternal life. We don't have to have the divisions and the misguidings and the misleadings. Once you tear down all of those things that they do so much to try to hold on to, which is nothing more than control over people's minds.
Yes. Yes.
Once you strip it all down, the question is, what does his message tell us to do? That's all.
Mm-hmm.
And once we hear that, go ahead.
Mm-hmm. And I want to reiterate what you all have been saying.
Mm-hmm.
If the government comes in, that is a fact. They will dissolve, not just y'all, the DUHOP, in any organization. If the government comes in, they will dissolve it. Everything goes to a non-profit organization.
Mm-hmm.
Everything.
And it will be over.
That's facts. But you know what? I want to say this. If you've never read Plato's Allegory of the Cave,
I was going to say it before you got
please.
I looked at that
Did you read
video and snap. I meant to call you about that. They have a short on YouTube, everybody.
Mhm.
And it's based on this book. Zalika
The
referred
Republican.
this. I'm sorry?
The Republican.
Yes. Now, she referred this book, Plato's Allegory of the Cave. Is that correct?
Yes.
She referred this book. I didn't have time, so I thought, let me watch a video real quick and I can go back to the book. I was so, the video blew me. What was it? Maybe 13 minutes long?
Mm.
It's a cartoon, old looking drawings, but you listen at The Cave on YouTube, and I think it's a summary of Plato's Allegory. And when you see it, you will think nothing but house of prayer. If you've been indoctrinated anywhere else, you're going to think about that place. It will blow completely your mind. And I'm going to let you take it from here because I meant to tell you, I saw it, not yesterday, the day before, but running, I didn't have a chance to reach out. But you want to take it from here? Plato's Allegory of the Cave.
Well, it's about people that were born in a cave. And that's all they knew was this cave. And their necks were chained. They sat on the floor. But behind them burned a fire. And somebody would walk past with an object and they would try to guess what the object was. And whoever came close pretty much was the winner. And they took one up to the mouth of the cave. They freed him. And the light blinded. But when he adjusted his eyes and went out and seen that there was a whole world outside of there and came back and tried to share this with the people in the cave, they got upset because they said if there's an honor system in the cave, they'll get upset with you for trying to, change their mind or their perception of what's in the cave. But you just have to watch it or read it, and you know what I'm saying?
Woo!
But it was so interesting. And the third Supreme Bishop's daughter shared that with me.
I was so moved by it. In fact, I'm now, while you were just talking, looking up, I think it's right here. I was looking up the video that I had seen so I can post the link up for everybody to actually watch it. In fact, this is not the one that I saw, but I'm going to put this link up because I'm sure it's going to be even better. Let me copy it real quick. So, share. Okay. And did you get a chance to actually expound on what we were talking about before with your brother? And if so, what was it that he said in regards to our coming together?
Oh, he's fine with it because we're happy that people are finally waking up and seeing the lies that they have been fed and everything and stuff, and we had read the 4 agreements. Are you familiar with that?
No, I did get to see the book, but I haven't read it yet.
Well, when you get a chance to read it, he talks about domestication, how that we as humans can be domesticated too. We just think that only animals can, but we can be domesticated.
Right.
Be it religion or whatever, we can be domesticated.
Are y'all hearing this? What'd you think about
That's crazy.
being domesticated?
I mean, well, we already know that in the house of prayer, they think of us, some leaders, put out the message of, even a dog is better than us because a dog can get on Daddy's Club. A dog can come up with $2,000 to get on Daddy's Club. What's wrong with you? Matter of fact, Annabelle can go out here and kill people and then put $2,000 on Daddy's Club, and they'll make a movie about Annabelle, a true story, being a murderous doll, and then they'll drag that doll in the sanctuary and put it on Daddy's Club. That doll can pay its way into heaven. What's wrong with you?
Wow. Now, see, that's interesting. Me and my daughter was talking about that today. The organization that we were once affiliated with, they never preached about, heaven and hell. We were taught that heaven and hell was a state of mind, that there was no heaven in the sky, and there was, because the scripture that says, oh, heavens come together. There's an S on the end of that. And the people were the heavens, and there was no hell under the ground, because it says hell from beneath has moved to meet thee at thy coming.
Way they manipulate the
we were not
word.
told about no heaven or hell. And then, when I thought about that, I said, why is it that people of color only know about one heaven, which is a gated community with a guard at the gate with the book of life and all your good deeds?
We need to have these conversations.
We do. We definitely do.
Gotta touch on these issues, these subjects. Being seekers of truth, the opportunity is out there for us to learn. The biggest problem is what he said in Hosea 4:6. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge.
Lack of knowledge.
And many people don't understand that the lack of knowledge is what leads to their destruction, only because they don't take time to seek it.
Could I have the name of that that video you said that was on YouTube?
Yeah, I'm gonna type it in now. The link is up on the comments.
Oh, okay, got it.
But
I see it here.
One of the things that my parents drummed in us to read, it's 7 of us, and my parents drummed that in us. Read for yourself. Don't let nobody spoon feed you.
And what was that again? Read for yourself. Don't let anyone
spoon feed you.
Spoon feed you.
Oh, it says video unavailable.
Really? I just pulled it up. Okay. Let
Might
me
just be me.
So don't let anybody spoon feed you.
Spoon feed you. My parents always told us, read for yourself. And I think you had mentioned something about someone had said that the people in the house of prayer don't read.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Miss Madison.
That is the problem.
Yeah.
That is the problem. When I lived in Minnesota, I visited this one church because these people were always downtown whenever I came through there from work. And I said, you know what, let me go visit this church so they can leave me alone. And I went one night and the lights were off. And I'm like, wait, are y'all having church? And it was like, oh, yeah. So I get inside and they had candles lit and they pick up little mats to go up and pray. And they asked me, they said, you want to come up front? And me being me, I said, oh, no, I'll sit back here by the door. But somebody got to tell the story. When the lights came on, I'm like, somebody got to live to tell the story. And I can tell it just as good as the next person. But when all women, it was all women. And the minister came out, and he, nobody had shoes on. And I guess they took that scripture literally where it says, take your shoes off, because when Moses was told to take his shoes off because he was on holy ground.
Right.
And this church, this young lady that worked with me told me that they were all pimps. They all broke off and started their own church.
Whoa.
Mm-mm.
Whoa. This was where?
In Minneapolis, Minnesota, when I lived up in Minneapolis, Minnesota. They all used to be pimps, and they broke off and started their own churches. For some people, it is a business.
That's what it is here.
Mm-mm.
That's what it is here. In fact, it's literally an open purse. And what the members here are about to find out soon and very soon is exactly what we mean when we say this organization from day one has been an open purse. We still have members who believe that, you know, certain monies that is being submitted and turned in is going towards an account for the United House of Prayer for All People side versus money that's going to his personal pocket, without realizing and understanding that it's all, every last bit of it, going into one account. Of course, they have several accounts, but by that I mean it all goes to individuals who can put their hands in and take out whatever they want whenever they want.
Well, the same thing is happening in the one that like I said, I haven't been a member. Well, I haven't visited in 16 years, but the same thing. They're on their fifth Supreme Bishop. He is on tour too, and every mission that he goes to, he gets the offering and everything. And let me do you one better. When we do our convocation, they do what they have this thing what they call table dollar. And everyone that is 18 and over pays $20. Now, this $20 is supposed to pay for all the food that is served at the 3-day convocation, okay? But the only thing you get is breakfast and dinner. The fish, the hamburgers, whatever they sell, you have to buy it back. You already didn't pay for it, but you got to buy it back.
Huh?
Yeah.
You paid for the supplies and then you have to buy the dinner?
No, you get dinner and breakfast, but like at the concession stands, now you don't pay for the hamburgers, the fish, the chicken, but you buy it back.
We have something similar to that too, though, don't we? Where do the chicken and stuff come from in the kitchen? Do the church buy it, or?
Oh yeah, you're talking about the groups when they go in. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, we at our convocations, it's a 3-day convocation. Like I said, if you're 18 and up, you send $20, and it pays for all the food. But the only thing you get is breakfast and dinner, which a lot of people don't go to breakfast and stuff because, you know, your hotel's got the continental breakfast. But you pay for the fish, the chicken, and the hamburgers and whatever at the concession stands. Concession stands, even though you've already paid for it. And no, none of the members in there, the organization that you know, they don't own the buildings. Headquarters hold all the deeds to the buildings. Because one was telling me, well, we had to put a roof on the one mission. I said, why? And they said, cause you know. And I said, no, why did you have to put a roof on? And I said, so they're not taking care of their own buildings? I said, you don't hold the deed to it. The district that you're in, you don't hold the deed to that building. They do. They need to take care of their own buildings.
So they're doing the same thing, not maintaining anything and expecting everything from the people.
Yes, and if you are in need of a new mission, headquarters goes out and buys the mission, but the members in that area have to pay headquarters back for the mission, their own mission. The headquarters own all the deeds. But okay, let's say in Charlotte, if that organization was in Charlotte and you needed a new building, headquarters will go out and buy the building, but the members in Charlotte have to pay headquarters back for a building that headquarters own.
You see, that sounds like some of the things that we've been uncovering. It's elaborate the way they set up the paperwork and the
Mhm.
documents being filed with the government, because the people, of course, they don't know what's going on, and they won't know what's going on unless they've began to do like your brother's doing and yourself and what we're doing over here now. And
Well,
this
let
is,
me ask you this.
uh-huh.
Sorry for cutting you off.
No, you're fine.
Any donations that you all give, do you get a tax statement at the end of the year where you can file taxes on it?
It's up to the actual member, and
Mhm.
anybody can comment on these questions as well. But it's up to the actual member. If they go to the secretary and ask them for a receipt of all of their contributions, and of course, it has to be things that they've contributed to the organization. It cannot be personal gifts. So tithing, house offering, even G class, Sunday school offering, those types of things uh, can be claimed as charitable contributions on taxes. But a lot of our members don't even know that. And a few that I've heard, a few went to the secretaries to ask for that. And they were surprised that the secretary told them, well, I'll get back to you, and never did. And it seemed like they either did not know how, or because of faulty bookkeeping, they couldn't report that because they didn't keep up with their records. So I've told people to just pay everything by check. Now you have your own log or money order, right? Because
Okay.
now you can prove it. But you shouldn't have to go to those extremes. And yeah, there's so much corruption here that I've come to the conclusion that you just can't trust anything whatsoever that comes from our headquarters. We actually have signs on the wall that, every single house of prayer, by one of the internal laws, um, every house of prayer says you may write to the bishop at 1665 North Portal Drive, Northwest Washington, D.C. 20012. But people write all the time and they never get a response.
Mm.
Yeah.
Well, okay, the organization that, like I said, they do send you a letter, but at the bottom of this statement where you can file your taxes, it's for these contributions, it says all monetary donations were for intangible religious goods.
All monetary donations are for tangible religious goods.
Intangible.
Okay.
Religious goods.
Wow.
Something that you can't touch or see.
Right. That's just an open confession.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
And what is
But
that
do you
written
know
on?
how many people on this end of the year tax statements that they send out to the members that they can go file taxes? But do you know how many people that don't pay attention to that they went over their head?
Right. Oh gosh, that's dirty.
Mm-hmm.
So if you didn't get a chance, the last couple of videos that we did, we actually show people laws pertaining to various practices going on here. And it may be wise to actually do the same thing with your organization. In fact, when I call you back and we talk in private, I'll tell you why. That way, everybody won't actually hear everything that we're doing, because, of course, we don't want certain things to get back. Not quite yet. So we have some surprise parties coming up. We have some surprise, gifts coming up that we'll be sharing with people.
Well, you know what? Let me say this while it's on my mind. You had said something and we found I found it, I don't know if it was the first bylaw book that somebody donated to the library in Chicago. Now, you can go copy it, but you can't check it out. And it said in there that the Supreme Bishop, even if they become incapacitated, their living expenses will be taken care of.
Wow.
Yes. Yes. And we even found I seen in there where they never said that our worst was better than the world's best. It said carry yourself as though you are the best. The way they just twisted and manipulated words is just unbelievable.
Have you found it surprising that a lot of the criminal activity also has been right in front of the people's faces in writing?
Yes, but they don't read. A lot of them won't read.
Nope.
Mm-hmm.
And they just take everything at face value. And the same thing in the one that I grew up in. If you speak out, oh, they're crazy, don't listen to them.
Mm-hmm. Hope they're hearing. We've been saying this, and members, we hope that you all are paying attention. The evidence has been there all along. This is the problem. When we read it to you, when we show it to you, when we put it up on the video screen, the monitors, your cell phones, your TVs, and whatever else it is that you're watching, you have to believe the information. And if you don't believe it, we're telling you to go and check it out for yourself. That's why we use AI to show you, let your fingers do the walking. Y'all remember that commercial?
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
Back in the
book.
yeah.
It is so true. If people do just take the time and do the research. But like I said before, some of them have given the biggest portion of their life, their money, and they feel like, well, what will I do now? And stuff, you know. And a lot of them in the organization that I used to be in, they're afraid to leave because of the indoctrination and the manipulative wordplay. If leave, no good is going to come to you. They're afraid.
Yeah.
And they know.
But they believe so long that their soul is going to be lost that they don't want to take that chance.
They don't. And it's so sad. It is so sad that they can say, you know, I had one tell me, oh, they abuse their authority. And I said, what authority? And they said, you don't. I said, oh, you mean authority that you willy-nilly gave to them, but if you take it back, what they going to do?
Right. Right. And in this organization, they say, Daddy, I'm subject to you. I'm subject to you, Daddy. Why?
They do the same thing. They do the same thing in there. This great man of God and falling down on their knees and stuff in front of them. They do the same thing in there. Why go back? They do the same thing. And they were even told that when we are asleep, Father is awake. He sits on a heavy stone, and each one of our face come before him, and he watches over us.
Oh, wow.
And see, as we get ready to come to an end here, we have the comment, after yours, love, joy, peace, and happiness to everyone from the Gemini Music Show. Brother Perry said, hence, Addie Grace, Father Divine, Prophet Jones, Elijah Muhammad, Master Farad Muhammad, Noble Drew Ali, that's a big name right there. Marcus Garvey, etc., religious predators of Negroes, and he's pointing to that era, right?
Yes, Major Jealous, all of them.
That you were speaking about earlier. And the Gemini Music says it's locked in from you being on your knees, being indoctrinated and brainwashed from these revivals. Right? Very telling. All of that started.
You ever looked at the Azusa revival meeting? That's
Azusa.
Where came from. Azusa. That's where holiness came.
Azusa. Yeah.
And Jim Jones, Golden Boy. Jim Jones went to see Father Divine, and he asked him, was it okay to sleep with his members? And Father Divine told him yes. And when he got all of those people down to Guyana, he abolished all of their marriages. You had to come to him to ask for the permission to get married. And there were some survivors that made it out of there.
It sounds like our practice where the bishops used to say, in fact, still might, but I know it's very common, where they would refer to the maids as their maids, right? My maids, my maids. And when you think about that after stepping back away, it's like, wait a minute, that doesn't sound so, And when looking at this situation, we begin to see a whole different picture, right? So here, Brother Perry also said, not only will we not stand for the regulating agencies dissolving our organization, we will stand against any leader trying to lead us in their old, ridiculous ways. Not only will the people not stand for the regulating agencies dissolving the organization, but they will stand against any leader trying to lead us in their old, ridiculous ways. And the problem has been people defending the ways of the leaders that's been corrupt, that's been illegal, that's been criminal, and actually kicking and biting and screaming against trying to deliver them. It would be the same as people trying to catch, right? And take into custody Harriet Tubman. Now, you're the person she's trying to free, but y'all trying to catch her so that you can turn her in.
But what did she say? She would have freed more had they known. You know what I'm saying?
Right. How backwards is this? You know, we're faithful to our oppressors and we're violent towards our saviors. That is indoctrination.
Yes.
Right.
And you have a lot of people that are willfully ignorant. They're willfully ignorant.
Yes.
And all that means is that you don't know. You don't know. And like I said, some don't want to know. They don't want to.
Many don't.
Yes. And it shows. Devona says a lot of the UHOP members are not even willing to go from door to door today. They're just there for the feeling of a good time. And this is what keeps people locked in. Like the Gemini Music Show is saying. In fact, isn't there a channel called UHOP Locked?
It is, yeah.
I think I've seen that. I think I've seen that. Well, I didn't know y'all went to door. I know the JWs do it, but because one of my friends in Michigan was saying that they call it the battlefield, going from door to door and stuff. But they don't even have to do that anymore because they've gotten hit with a lot of lawsuits too.
Oh yeah, we've been going to door actually from the beginning, 107 years now. The problem is it's only House of Prayer door to House of Prayer door. Yeah, they don't. It's very uncommon for anyone from the House of Prayer to actually go knocking on doors in the community. There's people live right next door to houses of prayers or across the street that will tell you they have never been there 30, 40 years. They will tell you they've never had one person come and knock on their door to witness or even invite them to the House of Prayer for a service or a program.
Wow. Well, a couple of people said that ours was the best kept secret ever.
Wow.
Yeah. Because the fourth Supreme Bishop told them, stop trying to pull other people out of their church and go get the ones that used to belong because they know the way.
Which is them pretty much saying, we can't tell people who don't believe us already because there's no way of catching them. How do you catch a fish with nothing but string? Right? No hook, no bait.
And they don't. They have so many unqualified ministers now. It's not funny.
Oh gosh.
And like I said, the fifth one, he made so many ministers. It is not funny. And it's all about the money because the ministers in there, not only do you pay 10% tithes, but you pay 5% offering on the 10% of the tithes. So it is all about money. And if you are a minister, you are required to pay your tithes.
Yeah. Now that is the same thing here as well, except they also have to work with this other program, G-Class. Um, and that's all fear tactics as well, especially for the ministers. They're the only group of people who's threatened if they don't perform. Um, I plead the fifth says, do y'all think they send pastors to small houses in the country as retaliation or punishment?
I do.
Yes,
Yes, yes,
yes, because that
yes.
has happened in ours too.
Uh-huh.
Anybody that speaks out, they keep them on the outside. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. That happened in ours too. Oh, yes, they do.
That's so bad. That's terrible. We had one that went out to a house that was struggling, and he left a very good job, six-figure job, his wife also, to go there to help the organization. Well, they got to the parsonage where they're supposed to live, but it was on the verge of being condemned by the city because it was in such bad shape. The congregation might have held maybe 250 people in the sanctuary, but they were working with maybe 6 or 7 members. And it's like that around the organization. People just don't know it. What is a pastor supposed to do there? No help from the leadership, no help from the organization, no help from the chairman, and everything that you go, you make it work, and whatever you do, it becomes a success. But the bishop is going to take the credit.
Yeah.
My mother told us back in the day, when before we were born, she said, no pastor stayed in a state more than a year. When they came to the congregation, they came packed because they didn't know where they were going to be sent.
Their bags and everything already packed to move.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah. See, I couldn't.
Yeah. And this one, you're not getting the young people to do that. They're not getting them to do that because they've been to college, they have good jobs, they have their homes, and not too many of them are doing that.
Yeah, no. And Grateful for It All says, I was speaking about when people stand before the members. And that comment goes back a ways. I was speaking about before when the members, I was speaking about when people stand before the members. Grateful for It All, can you share with us what you mean by that again? The lives of him and her. We're members working to preserve the UHOP 501c3 nonprofit. We do not support dissolution. If you support the movement, please click the link or scan the QR code to join. Thank you again, our faithful moderator back there. The host also put the restream. That was to invite you onto the platform. Black Diamond arm wrestling match with a little. Oh yeah, whose spirit is stronger?
Well, you know what? The comment that you just read about standing before the members, they do something in that organization that I left, where second Sunday it is confession Sunday, and you get up and you confess before the church if you've done anything wrong.
Oh. Woo! I know a lot of our members are so glad. So glad.
I never went to morning service. Because I'm like, I'm not getting up.
Right. Tell it all. Tell it all.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was talking about finding out who's who, what's what. Arm wrestling, only to learn that neither of them have the truth. Neither of them have the Father. Neither of them has the witness. Neither of them has the Son. And we have all these individuals talking about they're sent by.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Nothing more.
There's so many of them. So all of them, even the Mormons. Who is it?
Return to sender.
The same thing. He wrote his own Bible. The one that Joseph Smith, the one that started the Mormons, he had a vision. They all had a vision.
That's right. He said an angel came to him and gave him gold
Mhm.
plates and said that the Savior actually came to teach him
Mhm.
new doctrine. Just so the question
Yeah.
to these individuals, right, in that particular belief is, you said that you all follow both the Scripture as well as the Book of Mormon. Yes. Well, how can you follow the Book of Mormon if the Book of Mormon? And I just learned that that's an insult to them, to call them Mormons. They prefer to be
Oh.
called Latter Day Saints. I didn't know
Oh,
that.
okay, okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, they did change it. They did change it. Well,
Okay.
we don't follow the Book of Mormons and stuff, but the one that started the organization that, like I said, all of these mythical unicorn stories came out after he passed away. And we were told that, he was sitting at the table shuffling cards and the cards flew out of his hand and the Holy Spirit spoke to him. And one asked me, they said, "Do you believe that?" I said, "Well, maybe he shuffled them wrong. I don't know. It's happened to me before too." you know.
They check the cards, might find tarot cards out there.
Mhm.
But
Mhm.
but yeah, I was talking about finding out who's who, what's what, who's got who, only to find out that these men is just a bunch of lies. And the thing is,
Mhm.
should we be paying attention to uh, a miracle that they perform? Should we be paying attention to something that a story that somebody, oh yeah, I was told this, or should we be paying attention to what the scripture actually says?
The
Because,
scripture. Mhm.
right?
Yeah, yeah, the scripture. Because all of these miracle stories, who can verify them? Who
Mm-hmm.
is actually there to verify them? And again, another miracle story. I don't know if it was the first one, the second one. The second one, his driver was asking. He was asking the driver, "Do you love me, son?" And the driver said yes. And he, on the third one, the driver lost control of the wheel, and he said, "Straighten up, car." And the car went back on the road.
Yeah, to me, that to me sound like witchcraft. And see, the scripture tells us be careful or beware and not to use sorcery, wizardry, witchcraft,
Mm-hmm.
and all these things. And we know that it's there. Look at Moses when he went to Egypt, right? You
Mm-hmm.
had two of the magi that turned their staffs into snakes.
Mm-hmm.
They did not do it by the same power that Moses' staff turned into a snake. So we can't really look at all these signs, people, and determine, well, I'm going to follow you because of a sign. The wicked one has power as well. We have to stay in the word. And Messiah also said, when he talked to the disciples, that uh, many are going to come and with signs and with wonders.
Wonders.
And he
Yes.
said to deceive many. So
Mm-hmm.
just stay in the word.
Yes.
That said, John says she's in jail, the one that y'all were speaking about earlier. Um, Jay Madden said, can you put the Patreon link in? You know what that he's speaking of?
Mhm.
Uh, and this is not allegory. This is supposed to be allegory. There's only one O in that word of the cave. You
Mm-hmm.
look that up. You'll see exactly what Zalika was talking about earlier. Very, 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 very powerful book. I guarantee you will love it and you will refer to it.
Mm-hmm.
Black Diamond said, question, wasn't Bailey grandchild absolutely considered the king of UHOP because of the money that was put on Addy Club and he was a newborn? Was that a boy? I thought, or a girl? I thought that was a girl, Mr. Bailey's grandchild. Something Bailey, something Bailey. Uh, I thought it was a girl, but yes, which is odd because should the daughter, son, grandchild, right, relatives of the bishop, if you have a competition going on in an organization, should the relatives of the bishop actually be involved in that competition? Is that fair? Right, but the thing is, people, the whole thing is rigged. The whole thing is a lie. The whole thing is a scam. No one can verify and confirm any of the information that the bishops are giving. No one sees those lists. And this is why I was saying this for a while now. And we know this because if you just look at 8th Street Mission, it was just reported not too long ago, Memorial Day weekend, that they beat 6th and Elm Street. And if you believe that, give me a little while. I can find a bridge somewhere for sale, and I can come back and let you all know the price. Oh, goodness.
First of all, I want to say I really appreciate, like I said, what you're doing. And I have to reiterate, we really need to start reading,
yes,
researching. If you're not, read for yourself. I'm so glad that my parents drummed that in us to read for yourself. Don't let anybody spoon feed you. And like I said, you have some that know, but they have that ostrich syndrome where they'd rather bury their head than to really look at the truth, and they get angry because you're making them look at the truth.
Right. And they don't like it. Our bishop actually told the people that to not watch YouTube, to stay off social media. And well, quite frankly, we were telling the people that the reason that he said that is because, of course, he's afraid of the people hearing the truth. And
ours did too. When Facebook came out, they had a whole meeting in every mission with the young people telling them to stay off of Facebook, social media, Black Planet, all of that.
Oh, wow. See, to protect their interest. And when we get done, I'm going to share with you somewhat of a playbook. And so that y'all can kind of copy whatever pages y'all want. And then y'all can see how it was that we actually won the Super Bowl. So, yeah, we'll be talking about that. And with that in mind, we have just a couple more, I think. Black Diamond said the only way you members will know about what is going on with the leadership is by National News Report or 2020.
You're right. That's the only way they're going to find out in that organization that I left to. That's the only way.
Right, it's going to be on the national news. B. Mebderman says, thank you, sister. Talking to you, priceless information.
Oh, you're welcome.
Grateful for it all says, I agree at Black Diamonds, the news. And Real J Money, hey there, welcome. Special announcement coming up. CJ inspires us something to think about. They don't want new members, says Ms. Corrine, because they are harder to brainwash. Exactly. You keep having children, so you keep having children to grow the organization. That's what they want. And that's exactly right. And that's what you were talking about earlier. B. Mebderman says, Harriet Tubman, quote, I would have freed 1,000 slaves. I could have freed more if only they knew they were slaves. Powerful.
Yes.
Right?
And the same thing with religion. And you know what? I've shared this with people. It's unfortunate that some of our people have taken what the slave master done to us and flipped it and used it in the worst way. Right.
They've done the exact same thing to enrich themselves. They saw opportunity. And this is what the scripture tells us, not money, but the love of money. Is the root of all evil. People will sell their own relatives, their own child, and anybody else for that matter, for $1.
Yes.
You have to watch as well as pray.
Yeah.
Not just for his return, but you better watch your surroundings as well. Miss Corrine says, so you'll learn how to bow when you're told. a way to enforce indoctrination. And this
Yes.
too is unfortunately true.
Mhm.
Charmaine, Golden Boy, did you want to take these
Yeah,
and we close out? Okay, we're in
yeah, I'm down.
12
All right.
right
I'm
here.
at
I got you.
solid.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I was away for a minute. What church did she belong to? We did not disclose what church that was. Main reason being is that we just didn't want to give the House of Prayer any ideas, you know.
Yes, and I agree with you when you said, because I had already thought that. I had already caught that. And I said,
Mm-hmm.
no, I'm not going to give the name.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, it's a best kept secret. They were incorporated in 1918, I believe, or 1913.
Mm-hmm.
Now, House of Prayer?
No, no, no.
That
Oh,
I was affiliated with.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And the next one.
Joseph Smith, yes, for the Mormons. I'm still gonna call them Mormons because I don't believe they're saints.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And just a tidbit of information there for anybody who comes across them so that you'll know.
Yes, I made that statement because Mr. Cunningham's wife was speaking about Mr. Madison. So I was saying, can the speaker talk or speak in front, speak in the front? Can they normalize talking about Jesus instead? I got you.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
right. You remember that comment, right? I
Yeah.
thought that they were asking about speaking about Jesus on the platform
Mm-hmm.
when I made it about the reason why we're using the platform. And I should have known better because Grateful for It All has been here with us for the longest time. Just threw me for a loop, rather. So thank you for clarifying.
Mm-hmm.
And
Talking about past leaders. Yeah,
right.
definitely. I was basically saying when anyone speaks up front, they can normalize speaking about Jesus instead of talking. Yeah, instead of talking or speaking about what the past leaders did. And we do, we hear a lot of that. What Daddy McCullough said, and what Daddy Grace said, and what Daddy
Yeah.
Madison said, and Daddy Bailey said. And I mean a lot of that. I heard so much of that as a kid. What Daddy Grace said, Daddy Grace said, Daddy McCullough said,
hmm
Daddy Madison said.
Same thing. Same thing.
They
Mm-hmm.
talk about past
Yep.
leaders there too.
Yes, same thing. Even in the Sunday school book, after the lesson,
Mm.
questions reiterate the founder or the past. Yes, same thing.
Sunday school indoctrination class,
Starts off young.
right?
Wow.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Next.
Mm-mm. All right, Patreon link coming. LOL, most definitely. It is definitely coming. I haven't made it available yet. But when I do make it available, which will be this week, I will be posting that on the Golden Boy Tell 'em channel for certain.
Okay.
Oh, and I meant to mention to you all, I was
Yes.
talking, Golden Boy and Minister Lewis,
Yes.
you said that you had looked at, and the other young man on our panel, we call him God's ass. He said that he will be reaching out to you too.
Okay, solid. We look forward to
Actually, I
it.
saw someone in here tonight. I wasn't going to read it because I wasn't sure where they were going. Where they were going with that. So I just kind of. So I apologize. Apparently,
Yeah, he don't have no hold bars.
with a username like that, I wouldn't think.
Was that said that they slew 1,000 Philippines, Philistines or something like that with the jawbone of an ass?
Oh yeah, Samson.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, he calls himself God's ass.
Mhm. Yeah. I wasn't sure, like I said, which way he was going with that, so I kind of just because the comment it was very short.
Yeah, yeah. He goes in too. He goes in very
I
hard,
know that's right.
and yeah, and they tread lightly with him.
I can
Mhm,
imagine
mhm,
with that name. Awesome. And Golden Boy, that's the next one, sir.
All right. I'm really enjoying the caller. It's so refreshing to hear another organization with similar experiences. Yes, it is. It is.
Hmm.
And it is good to know like that it's not just us. We're not in this thing alone.
Yeah.
And there are people that understand what we're going through. It says,
No,
I hope this
I have.
faithful member. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. No, so many people have reached out to us from other organizations that have been through the same thing, the mental and the sexual abuse. And it's
Yes,
horrible. It's horrible.
absolutely.
Mm-mm.
Absolutely. I hope that faithful followers of Mr. Cunningham is listening to this conversation. And that's the beauty of what we do here is that I enjoy having the conversation. And that's what it's all about. Ain't nobody here, I'm not saying I'm Mr. Know-it-all or nothing like that. If you want to have the conversation, get the conversation. Let's have a conversation. But I mean, folks just have to realize that this is our platform and we are going to control the narrative. And if we don't feel like being in a pissing match, we're just not going to do it.
And
And you don't realize, I apologize, the person that made that comment, how refreshing it is to, that I've shared your platform and Minister Lewis, your platform. And
Mhm.
people are just like, wow, so we're not the only ones that's going through this.
Right. Yes.
and let
Yeah.
them know, invite them. We don't
Please.
mind. Yeah, we don't
Please
mind.
invite them. We are in a time right now where it's almost like a paradigm shift, and we're living in a time of exposure. And until there's another shift, and until we get right, corrupt leaders are going to continue to be exposed. It's not going to stop with the United House of Prayer, and it didn't start with us either. But see, we've had so many examples, for instance, like David E. Taylor and Prophet Brian Karn, that they are on. They're just getting started. They're getting the small fish out the way first, so that they can get that big one.
Mhm.
So
But it's
but
happening
until,
everywhere.
huh?
It's happening everywhere. It's happening everywhere.
Yes,
In
yes,
every different
ma'am.
religious organization, and people have been afraid to speak out. And like I said, the ones that's popping up on YouTube and that are speaking out, people are joining in and sharing their experiences. Like I said, JWs, check out. I think it's Lady T, same old T with Lady T. She's an ex Jehovah Witness, and they're saying the same thing: the shawning, the abuse, being taken advantage of. And I had shared with Minister Lewis, DMX, the rapper. He was a Jehovah Witness. He got hit by a car, and when the insurance company came to give his money, his mother the money, she wouldn't take it because then they didn't believe in material things because they thought the world was going to come to an end.
Mm-hmm.
Who knew? DMX.
Yeah.
Mm-mm. Well, I tell you what, people, wake up. Wake up.
Oh, they say, wow, she's from another church? Yes, she is not from the United House of Prayer for All People.
No,
Not
I'm
at
not.
all.
No, I'm not.
Surprise.
Not at all. Not at all.
It's so many of us
It was a boy.
that share the
Oh, yeah,
same. That share the same similarities.
absolutely. Absolutely. But the next comment says it was a boy. Talking about the baby in the earlier comment.
Oh yeah, the grandchild of Bailey. Mr.
Bailey.
Bailey.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
There's
see,
no way God's. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
our second Supreme Bishop, and you know what? I'll share with you after we get off the phone.
Uh-huh.
He had a concubine that lived with he and his wife that had 7 children by him, and they were called the Holy Seed.
Oh,
Mm-mm.
oh my goodness. Now, mind everyone, this is out in the open. These are not things that was kept secret
Mm-mm.
behind closed doors. This is in the open. Listen, we were saying before, there's some places I was surprised to learn that was worse
Mm-hmm.
than the
Mm-hmm.
house of prayer. Oh,
Yes.
like called the Holy Seed.
Seed. The Holy Seed.
You know how many holy seeds Daddy Grace got walking around here?
Ah, this is just woo. Mm-mm.
She said a mouthful of truth. Black Diamond 27. Absolutely. B. Mevderman. Sounds like these two religions have the same playbook. Right. Yes, indeed. That's why I said, like, is there like some type of secret society where, during that time back then where they all got together and conspired, you know, I don't know, but yeah,
promise you, I asked my brother the same thing. Do you think the leaders of these churches got together and somebody wrote a book? Somebody wrote a book where, and a lot of truth is in these books. I don't know if it's the lady that wrote the books, Mother Pray On and all of this stuff. You ever heard of those books?
Pray On.
Mother Pray On. I think she's out of the Carolinas too. I'd have to go back and look. But my sister-in-law turned me on to those. And one of the books she was saying how all of these ministers would get together and meet up.
Oh.
Ooh.
The ministers just met up here in Charlotte.
See, you never know.
He don't want to
because it's too much. It's too much. It's too many similarities. It's too many.
He does not want to meet. And this is a SAS. So SAS says, yes, it's me. You picking up on this, Zalika? SAS says, yes, it's me. Y'all's version of Samson. Says,
yes,
CJ.
Yes.
CJ said, wow.
Yeah. I was just talking to him tonight and I told him that I was going to send him the link of the live.
Okay, well, he's here. He's here. CJ said that sounds like the show Ruth. And I wanted to offer him the opportunity to come on sometime. If so, feel free to let us
join
know.
us, man.
Reach out to Zalika. She can put you in touch with us. And Zalika, Golden Boy will be reaching out to you, and
indeed,
y'all can take it from there. We can coordinate doing something together. But yeah, we're looking forward to it. And with that said, is there anything? That's the last of the comments. Is there anything else that you touch on or ask before we close out with the news that we'd like to share with everyone?
Like I said, share it with Golden Boy. Stand in your truth. Keep doing what you're doing. It is so in YouTube. It is so needed. People need to hear the truth. It may not be palatable, but they need to hear the truth.
Yeah, change is not comfortable. Growth comes with pains. And, and you have to get through the initial shock and the discomfort of learning the truth and unpackaging and undoing all. If you've learned something, if you hear it one time, you believe it, it takes like 10 times to undo that. And then some, so like imagine all the times we've heard these lies and how many times we have to hear the truth to unbelieve them.
Yes.
You know, so like it takes a lot of work. It does. And, you know, for someone like myself, you know, the house of prayer is still ingrained in me. There's still things that I do and my family do that, you know, we just do because we house of prayer people. And sometimes you don't even realize it. And then when you do realize it, it's like, well, dog, I don't need, no, I got that from now. I don't need to do that no more. You know what I mean? So, yeah,
Mhm.
yeah,
Oh,
And you know what?
indeed.
The more that excuse me, that you continue to study and look at these different organizations, you know, people get angry and stuff. You know, people go through a phase where they get angry because of the time and the money that they have given, but you do heal. You do heal.
Hmm.
And you know, like I was sharing with Minister Lewis, the JWs have a term that they use, PMOs, physically in and mentally out. But that's what I was. I was physically in, but mentally out. I never took a hold to the stuff that they were teaching because I didn't agree with it.
Wow.
yeah, these. Mm-mm. Whoo, the shockers. A lot of times, I think there was an individual who said, "You know what? This is making my head hurt." Y'all be surprised
Hmm.
all this
Hmm.
information. But as Corrine says, it just hit me. This is why the government is so slow to come in.
Yeah.
The members appears to enjoy these behaviors until enough say, no, we don't. Then here they
Mm-mm.
come, they shut it all down.
Mm-mm.
And apparently they have heard from enough members. I would love to share with you all something that I can't share with you all quite yet. But when you walk into an office and you're carrying a goose in your arm, they'll look at you as if you're crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And then you explain to them that it's not a normal goose.
Mm-hmm.
And you ask them if they would like to buy it because, you know, you're done using the goose and you don't need the goose anymore. And they're asking, no, I don't need a goose. Why are you trying to walk in here to sell a goose? Why don't you just go to the market with your goose? Yeah, but as I said before, it's not a normal goose, and you don't want me to take this goose to the market. You'd rather buy this goose. And no, we don't want a goose. We don't need a goose. You can take your goose down to the market, like we said, until you squeeze the sides of the goose and out pops a golden egg.
Right, right,
That
right,
office,
right.
that office,
And
go ahead.
and believe me, they're looking at the one that I grew up in as well, because like I shared with you, they have oil wells. Oh, they're looking at that one too.
Now, see, they
Mm,
don't know that part yet. See,
mm.
when we get into it with Zalika, man, listen, y'all think y'all heard a mouthful tonight.
Mm-mm.
Just wait because she's got a ton more for you. If y'all haven't seen Sarah's Oil, uh, y'all might want to go and check that out. I think that's on Prime now.
Yes.
But check that out, and that will give you an idea of the story that Zalika is going to be bringing to you all when we get a chance to go in with some of the knowledge that she has to share and some with her brother, as well as Mr. Sass, um, because this is exactly what Golden Boy is talking about. The events that he's touching on and Miss Mintz is touching on and that we're touching on,
Right.
these leaders know what they're doing. They're taking advantage of people left and right. And just because we believe that, you know, just like some of them lie and say, you know, Jesus angel is here with us tonight. No, 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 no.
It's
But,
all about the money.
but because we believed it for so long, we can't see it. We can't even just to hear that. It just makes us, you know, grit our teeth until you let go and you look at what's in front of you and you realize the whole time that angel that you've been looking at according to the scripture was just something that was disguised as an angel of light. And then you find out that it was a wicked one or one of his agents in disguise. So this is where we are. Uh-huh.
Yeah, and the thing that people, what is it in Isaiah, somewhere where it said, if any man thirst, let him come unto the well, and he don't have to have money, but you're being
55th chapter.
charged.
Yes, ma'am.
You're being charged.
Isaiah 55.
Yes.
Right. Ho, everyone that thirsteth. Come on, come on, come on. Buy without money.
Money or purse.
Right.
Yeah. But you're being charged.
Yeah. For everything in here. So that said, Ms. Kareen, yeah, we're going to be touching on that, and so that we can actually see. And Ms. Kareen agrees and telling everyone, yes, that was an excellent movie. Again, if you haven't seen it, Sarah's Oil. And that way you can kind of be prepared for what it is that Miss Zalika here and her brother and Mr. Sass is going to be going into some detail about, amongst many other things. With that said, that's all the comments that we have tonight. And I will allow Mr. Golden Boy to share the news that we have. And then I will piggyback from there. Go for it, sir. You have the con.
Ooh-wee. Viewers. We have a special guest that will be coming up on panel with us. And people of the ecclesia, people of the United House of Prayer, can you please get ready to welcome to the Golden Boy Tell 'em show and to the Miss Mint show and to Joseph the 11th son, the one, the only, the great, legendary, my uncle, brother Kenneth Carr.
Y'all get ready. This young man is coming so that he can simply chat with the members of the House
Absolutely.
of the people that he's loved so much, as Golden Boy has shared on his channel. We had honored him and lifted him up. Unfortunately, some things kind of went out and gotten caught up in a bit of disarray, and it got back to him, and he reached out and talked for a little bit. His hat's off for what he saw that we were doing, especially touched by what Golden Boy and Miss Mintz had shared, because anytime he does anything like that in regards to the testimony of the kindness and the compassion that he has, when he actually brought the Tigers with him to knock on the door, not knowing, because no one had told them, but they brought something over to simply show love towards one of the families at that time. And Golden Boy had shared that testimony, a powerful, moving story. But he wanted to come on so that he can talk to everybody and just kind of let you hear from him, and to let you know in his own words that he misses you guys. He missed the House of Prayer, loved the House of Prayer, loved the people. And in fact, coming from him, he's happy for what's taking place, what's going on. He doesn't have a foot in what's going on right now. He didn't know what's going on right now. He didn't know anything about what's going on right now. He's simply coming because he wants to say hello, let you all know from himself that there is no animosity about anything whatsoever, and there was simply a misunderstanding. And you all know how our people can be all around the world when you hear a message and that message gets distorted. So he's going to give everybody the opportunity to hear from him and to let you know from the man himself. And as Golden Boy said, the man, the myth, and the legend. Love that hat.
My goodness. Yes, sir. Great picture of him.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Stands tall even while he's sitting.
Indeed.
For those who was wondering, Again, he doesn't have in this issue what it is we're talking about. He simply
Right.
wants to come and say hi to everyone and clear any misgivings about anything. And he even,
Yeah.
uh, well, I'm gonna let y'all hear from him as Golden Boy has the opportunity with Miss Mintz as well to um, have it and chop it up and let him tell you from his own words. For those of you
Yeah.
wondering about Mr. Cunningham, he actually is going to be talking about as well that there's nothing between them two. He doesn't know
Mm-hmm.
him, he only knows
Yeah.
of him and has
Mm-hmm.
nothing but respect for him. But you're going to actually
Absolutely.
hear from him. And once again, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Golden Boy so that he can wrap it up. He knows quite a bit about the man's background. They spent a lot of time together. And I'm going to let him finish off this segment.
Well, I just want to say, what you guys are gonna actually see is, us just to just have for us to just have the opportunity to provide him the space to just tell his story without any interruption. And you all will be able to see us just have just a natural, free-flowing conversation. And those of you that are in the comments, we are going to include you in the conversation as well. I know that many of you would like to, have comments that he has an opportunity to respond to. So we will be doing all of that for as long as he's available. And but I do want to just and see, I'm gonna say this. What I'm posting about and what I have going on with what I've been speaking about has absolutely nothing to do with when Mr. Kenny gets here. So, but I will, just allow him to direct the conversation, whichever way he wants it to go. That's where we'll go. And, I'm sure we'll elaborate and talk more on our history, in my youth and go from there, So definitely. I can't wait. I'm looking forward to it for sure.
Absolutely. And for those of you who might be wondering also why he's coming on these platforms, well, quite frankly, this is unfortunately the only platforms available for the members to chop it up of the House of Prayer. And since we also have everybody's ear, not everyone, but we certainly have enough members of the House of Prayer ear that they can put the word out to let the people know that he's going to be coming on. So we
Absolutely.
just, right? So we just wanted to put the word out there so that you guys can actually spread the word. Tell everybody
Yes.
that there is a upcoming episode in the next few days that Kenny is going to be coming on, Mr. Carr, to talk to the people of the House of Prayer and just let people hear from him and just go from there. Simply because this is the floor that has the people's ear right now. And he just wanted to utilize the opportunity to say whatever it is that he can say and will say
Yes.
to you all. So, with that in mind, there's no political anything behind this. This is not a stunt when we're going to be talking with him. It's not a bashing session.
Not at all.
There's no sides being taken in anything. It
Nope.
literally, frankly, as Golden Boy said, and Miss Mintz, as they honored him on their platform and over here, just to allow him to speak. The same thing with Mrs. Alika.
Yep.
The same thing with any other guest. You want to talk?
Well,
Here's your opportunity. Uh-huh.
I'll tell you too this. I'll tell you all this, viewers. If you ever want to be on a call where you hear me be highly respectful of your leaders, this is the one that you need to watch. Okay? I'll give them grace. Sure will. And I won't drag not a one.
Hey, again, and we're showing everybody that we understand how to do anything
Yeah,
that we
in
need to
decency
do
and
in
in
order to
order.
get people's points across, right? And the whole purpose of the platform is for us to engage in conversation. Sometimes it's upsetting because when we're putting out different pieces of information, we don't get anything. Um, at this moment, right now, we have a lot of members throughout the organization who's upset, and rightly so, because after all of this information that we have put out, it's disturbing, it's
Yeah.
upsetting, it's quite frankly tugging on a lot of people's emotions. But the
Hmm.
worst part of all of this is that no one has actually heard from any of the leaders about any of the documents and the evidence and the information.
Right.
When nothing happens and nothing is heard and nothing is acknowledged and nothing is discussed, it leaves people getting more and more upset because the information is more and more upsetting.
Well,
So,
at least,
you,
I guess, well, I'll save my comment for after I take Brother Carr's picture down.
yeah. Well, I was just going to say
Because,
that, we know a lot of times you get bad news in the mail, but
hmm.
we can't get upset at the postman, right? And it's just news. And the thing is, if we all look at the source of all this information, we've shown you things where the leaders have signed documents. And we've shown you those documents where the leaders have actually lied on documents. And for
Hmm.
people to still uphold them as if they've never done any wrong, they can't do any wrong. I mean, let's face it, the lawgiver himself, Moses, was not allowed to go to the promised land because he didn't speak to a rock. He hid it. That was enough to keep him out of the promised land. We're
Hmm.
dealing with men whose evidence is showing they've done all kinds of things, and we have people who just won't believe the information in front of their eyes. And so it
Hmm.
does become upsetting. But we still reserve the opportunity and we still extend the invitation for anybody, including them, to call in, to click on the link to join us on the panel so that we can talk. We don't have to have a meeting there on the premises of the house of prayer. We can meet right here online and let everybody hear
Hmm.
the conversation. So
Hmm.
we continue to reach out, but people are upset within the organization everywhere because they're not hearing anything from the leaders.
Hmm.
So that said, we can engage, and we want anyone, including those of you who are making comments. Any of y'all would like to say anything, share anything, testify of anything, or even, as we said before, complain about anything. Don't
Hmm.
let it stop in the comments. Just let us
Yeah.
know. We'll have you live so you can say everything that you'd like to say. Just
Yep.
understand that after we allow you to speak, we get to respond, and the conversation will go back and forth that way. Respectfully, we invite anybody to come on. So,
Yes.
Golden Boy,
And the point to that is we're already offering the olive branch by even allowing you to come and speak because we're like inviting you into our home. This is our platform. Like Golden Boy Tell 'em, it's my platform. And Joseph the 11th son, that's his platform that he makes available for other people as a launch pad, like he did for Golden Boy Tell 'em. And so, with that being said, we just want to be mindful because, like, at the end of the day, if you hop in my comment section and I'm heightened and I'm emotional, I really, really, my initial intention is to reel it back and handle the comment with care or with caution. But a lot of times people they poke and poke and poke and they come like really hard and it's like, oh well, then you can get some of this too. So, but basically what I'm saying is we will be tactful in the comments. All of the commenters will, and so will the interviewers as well. I mean, you can't do nothing but respect a legend, and you have to provide the right space and the right energy, and so we will do that.
And with that, I want to say thank you again, Golden Boy, for adding the commentary, especially regarding Mr. Carr, um, with your
Absolutely.
extensive background and experiences and knowledge with the relationship that you
Oh,
have
not me.
with
No,
your
the members
family
say I'm not a
members.
member. Oh goodness, I am. Are
Right?
you talking about me? But I'm no, I'm not a member, and
As
Lord
hard
knows.
as it is to
Oh.
believe, the young man has been a member all of his life.
Hmm.
Um,
How about
and
that?
that's, when you have individuals, uh, let me say this before we go. When the disciples were sent out, they were told to go to all the world
Mhm.
and to preach to every creature. He didn't send them out to
Mhm.
sheep,
Right.
he sent them out to creatures. And the whole point was whoever heard that word, whoever tasted of that meat, whoever ate it, digested it, and enjoyed it, and went back for more, would be surprised to learn that that food coming from those disciples would convert them from whatever creature they were into a sheep of the fold.
Mm-mm.
Whether you're a kangaroo, whether you're a bear, whether you're a tiger, whether you're a jackrabbit, whatever the case may be, whatever your
Mhm.
attributes, whatever your personality, whatever your qualities,
Mhm.
the sharp edges can be smoothed out, and just like a dog with no teeth, sometimes
Mhm.
they make the most noise, and sometimes the
Mhm.
dogs with the biggest teeth make none. So
Yep.
the point is, the word goes out to everyone, and
Mhm.
we have to welcome and pull everybody into that opportunity, because this is exactly what he showed them, especially when he sat down with publicans and sinners. He was
Uh-huh.
extending the opportunity. And the ones that everybody thought were the saints,
Mhm.
he showed us they were nothing but a bunch of ain'ts. And it's a lot of ain'ts that's going to be surprised at the end, because they're not going to make it. If we're sitting back pointing the finger at one another instead of listening to one another and doing what Mrs. Debbie Cunningham said, loving one another, then we're going to find a problem at the gate. And love is not in words, but it's in deed. And individuals
Mm.
who are real, individuals who are genuine, those are the ones, like our Father said, he's going to reach out to them first, because he can't stand lukewarm. Be either hot or be
Mhm.
cold. And so, as
Yep.
I close out, I'm just simply saying that we have to look past certain things. There's reasons everybody does what they do, but some of the
Mhm.
people hide who they are. We're looking to reach people who's not hiding, who's willing to come forward. And one day, we hope to actually hear your story. And
Mhm.
by coming the route that Mr. Golden Boy and Miss Mintz, they're coming, you all would be surprised at how
Oh
many
yeah.
people can be reached, and how
Yes.
many people can be pulled, and how many people can be saved.
Yep.
But people don't want fake. People want
Yep.
real. People are
Mhm.
tired of seeing fake, and we're looking at fake dressed up in beautiful, pretty suits, nice, shiny alligator shoes, expensive
Mhm.
ties on, the best cars, living in mansions. Some of them got jets and airplanes,
Mhm.
and yet we're calling them servants of the Most High, only to find out that they have all these material gain, these materialistic things, because they've been working for the wicked one himself. We got to stop looking with our eyes and look with our hearts. And if we do that, then we can become better stewards ourselves.
Yep.
Any last words, closing words, Zalika or Golden Boy?
I just want to say
No, I'm just
thank you. Thank you for creating this platform and being and receiving even people that are not from your organization with open arms to express and to share what has happened in theirs.
yes.
That we, like you said, can come together and see the same similarities and to heal and to be a better people, stewardess, as you said, and stuff. And you're greatly appreciated. You really are.
Mm. We appreciate you as well.
Most definitely. My pleasure for certain.
I'm sorry,
I
Golden.
concur. I said my pleasure for certain, and I concur towards you, Mr. Lewis. Indeed.
Well,
Indeed.
we say it all the time. We just do what we can do. And all glory, all honor, all praise go to our Father. He's the cause of it all. He's the reason for it all. And the Son that he gave, that through him, we might have this opportunity. We're grateful. And the thing is, I don't want to sound like I'm signing off, but the fact of the matter is, I don't know if you all believe it. We're not playing games. We're not just talking this talk, we're walking it. But I need you all to understand when I say this thing is over and everybody is about to see what this movement was all about. And when it comes to these pastors, when it comes to councilmen, anybody, even in their family members, if you don't want to get caught up in what is coming, I'm telling you, Golden Boy's telling you, Miss Mintz is telling you, Miss Zalika is telling you, all these individuals are telling you, click the link, scan the QR, not just to join us, but so that you can receive the same protections that we have from what is coming. Many of our members don't realize you're going to be pulled into a room and asked 500 questions. Your children has been placed in situations that you do not understand that you are the blame for. You are at fault as a parent or a guardian for their safety and their whereabouts. As a result of them being involved in child labor or exploitation or trafficking, and heaven knows the things that you don't know about that are way, way worse, you will be questioned about these situations. Your children are at risk of being removed from your households, and you are at risk for being arrested and put in jail. People, I'm telling you, spread the word, share these videos, tell people to watch it, whether they like us or not. It's not about us. It's not about Mr. Cunningham. It's about your future. We cannot tell you any more plainly and more direct than we already have. So you probably won't hear it anymore from me, but you will be seeing very, very soon the purpose of this movement. With that said, we want to thank each and every one of you. Ms. Zalika, we thank you for sharing your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right?
Thank you. Thank you.
100%. Absolutely. We thank you, Mr. Sass. Mr. Sass. Mr. Sampson over there. We thank you.
My.
All of the other people. We thank you all as well. Pay attention. Keep your eyes open. We're looking forward to that date of Mr. Carr's visit Until then,
Mhm.
enjoy the rest of your evenings. Have a wonderful, wonderful night, and we will be seeing you all in the next video. Take care, everybody.
6 hours even. Good night, everybody. Y'all have a great night. Here we go.